And I'm a teacher at upper secondary school in Italy, Ortona, in the center of Italy. And in addition, I'm an Erasmus Plus and a twinning ambassador in Italy. I wrote and coordinated an Erasmus Plus project last year, and I carried out several twinning projects on the topics of environment, climate change, and pollution. The environment around us needs to be preserved.
Greetings everybody, I'm Pallavi Marwa, a TGT English from Kulatri Hansraj Model School, Delhi, India. I don't just teach English language and literature to my students, but I also run two clubs at my school, the Kulatri Global Club and KHMS Book Club. Teaching English for me is not just about delivering lectures or teaching my students grammar rules, but it is also about creating joyful learning classrooms.
Teaching is a continuous process of learning from students and the community. I believe in nurturing the uniqueness of each child, providing a congenial environment for their growth. My classroom strategies include hands-on learning and team-building activities to engage students.
Finally, they proposed an interactive path and link images to resources on the web. The third step was entitled Sharing Our Visual Storytelling, and the students engaged in the work have built a material that can be defined as visual storytelling, building aesthetic products, subsequently exhibited as a thematic exhibition in an open area to the public of the school.
share some success stories. The first one is #Gratify, where students compose poems in groups to pay tribute to their teachers, fostering stronger bonds. The Take Your Pick task, where excited students build shelters for the homeless using waste materials, showing compassion for all living beings. Through a case study on food waste, students became proactive problem solvers, creating solutions through a comic strip. These experiences help students express themselves, fostering lifelong learning.
I'm deeply honored to take part in such an important and globally relevant event. I thank the organizers and especially CENTA, that is a good, innovative platform to bring out the hidden skills of teachers and provide platform to enhance their skills. CENTA obviously brings honor and recognition to the best teachers.
Hello, welcome everyone. I am Shruti Bhatt, Manager for Learning Products at CENTA and your host for this event. I welcome everyone from all around the globe to the biggest teacher gathering, the Global Teachers Meet. Today, we have almost 100,000 teachers joining us here and also on all our social media platforms from a whopping 100 plus countries. And this event is to celebrate you. So say hello in the live chat section and make sure to share your name, school name, city and country. It is one of the options on the right hand side as you can see. And remember, it's going to be buzzing with energy and ideas throughout the meet. So don't hold back, jump in. Wow, I can see many of you joining, and we know that we have many of you joining from different parts of the world, from Delhi, Dubai, Manila, Accra, Colombo, Jakarta, Dhaka, Cairo, Jerusalem, Hanoi, Islamabad, and so many more cities and countries across the globe. I'm also waiting for a lot of you to put it on the comments or the live chat. Hello, Nilufa from Bangladesh. Hello, Mohammed Girza, bonjour. Good evening, Nodhaima from Philippines. Hi, Professor Joshua from Bishop Victor Anufa University. Great, amazing. So happy to see so many of you joining. So let's raise the excitement level to the max and make this Global Teachers Meet an unforgettable celebration of knowledge, passion, and camaraderie. Let's do this. Okay, so to begin with, tell me who you are by clicking on the poll icon on the right, choosing your answer, and clicking submit. So you can see a poll that's come on your screens now. And the question which is in the poll is, how do you contribute to the education ecosystem? Are you a teacher? Are you a school leader? Are you a teacher trainer? Do you work in an education org? Are you a student? Or are you just generally interested in the event? Waiting for all of you to enter your answers. Okay, I can see that 79% of you who have joined here are teachers. No surprise there. I can see that around 10% or 20% of you are school leaders, and many teacher trainers and others have also joined us here. Great, excellent to see so many of you here with us today. Now I have a question for all our teachers who have joined us today. Which subject do you teach? Again, it will come as a poll. The poll contains the top 4 subjects which we saw when we were getting registrations for the event. Is it language? Could be English, Hindi, Vietnamese, Ghanaian language, any language that you teach. Science, mathematics, social studies, or if it's any other subject, please drop it in the comments or the live chat section. I'll again wait for around 30 seconds and then we'll end the poll. Okay, I can see that 30% of you are language teachers. So all the language teachers, please give me a hello in your language. I can see we have 20% science teachers. All the science teachers, give me a eureka in the comment section. Similarly, all the other subject teachers, please drop a comment which represents your subject. Awesome. We also have several school leaders who have joined us today. Now a question for all of you, for which you will have to share your answer in the live chat section. Teachers, you can also please feel free to share your answers. What are the top 2 things that your school is doing for teacher professional development? So I can see a lot of activity happening on the live chat section. Great. Looking for some responses. Let me just quickly check what many of you have shared. Okay, I can see Preeti Goel saying co-learning. Excellent. Waiting for more responses. I can see TPD training by Mahant Chaudhary. Great. Trainings. Attractive curriculum. Rajpreet says training programs. Malita says seminar, workshop, conferences. Shobna says online workshops and offline ones. Preeti also says collaboration in designing lesson plans. Chodan says we usually teach high frequency words and DEAR time. DEAR. Sonia says teacher training programs are held very frequently every 6 months. Awesome. Great. Thank you so much. Please continue sharing on the comments and the live chat section. Don't stop. Let's keep up that enthusiasm. Okay, so now I'm going to up this and challenge and give you another challenge, all of you. Let's step up the enthusiasm. Share a picture of yourself attending the Global Teachers Meet on your social media accounts and use the hashtag Global Teachers Meet. You can see it moving on your screens below. You can see a ticker on the screen. You can find our various social media handles also on the ticker, which is at the bottom of your screen. All you have to do is click it and it will take you to the social media platform. So share a picture of yourself, take a screenshot of your screen or of your phone attending this event, and use the hashtag Global Teachers Meet. Some of you have already been sharing and inviting your community for this meet. I would love to give a shout out to some of you here. Stella Marizan Oluchi from Nigeria, Seema Ghosh from Muscat, Pallavi Marwa from Delhi, Pankaj Gupta from Dubai, Mike Asanas from Pasig, Philippines, Shalom Sunena from Belgaum, and so many more. And it looks like a bunch of you are posting now too. Keep going. So you can also put it in the live chat or the comments once you're done with, putting it on a social media platform. Hello, I can still see so many teachers joining. Hello, teachers. Hello, everybody joining in. Okay, moving on. Put your hands together as I welcome Ramya Venkatraman, founder and CEO of CENTA, to share with you why we are having this global teachers meet. Do you see the emoji option at the bottom of your screen? You can use that as an applause since we really cannot see you putting your hands together. Okay, let me quickly introduce Ramya before I hand it over to her. An alum of IIT and IIM, Ramya worked with McKinsey and Company for 15 years across India, North America, Europe, and Asia. She also built and headed the firm's education practice in the last 5 years of that and supported the setup of Teach for India, Azim Premji University, National Skill Development Corporation, and so on. She took the entrepreneurial plunge in 2014 to found CENTA. Ramya has been widely recognized, including as one of the 15 women transforming India by Niti Aayog and United Nations, as an Ashoka Fellow, Global Network of Social Entrepreneurs, as Distinguished Alum of IIM Calcutta, and so on. Over to you, Ramya.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're joining from. So why are you here today? Can I get some answers on the live chat? Why are you here today? I can see several comments. Maybe some of you are here to learn. Maybe some of you are here to connect with other teachers, maybe to reflect. And I hope you do get to do a bit of all that. But more than all that, or even if you don't do all that, I hope you celebrate and feel good. Feel good about yourself, about the community of teachers all over the world, about this beautiful profession that you're part of. As society, we expect a lot from our teachers. We expect them to build our children every day. We expect them to create a meaningful future for the world. We expect them to keep learning and adapting to the world as it changes. We also increasingly realize that teachers and teaching play a huge role in economic growth. The profession itself can be significant to the economies of various countries. So we have big expectations. As CENTA, we also want to ask, how do we make this profession valuable for teachers themselves? How do we create recognition, rewards, career growth? How do we put teaching on the center stage? How do we create opportunities to connect and share? Net, yes, let's expect the best from our teachers, and let's also do the best for our teachers. That is the whole purpose of CENTA, and that is also the purpose of the Global Teachers Meet today. So join us in celebrating this amazing profession, and welcome again. Welcome to a bunch of you who are with us directly in this live chat here, and welcome to the tens of thousands of others who are with us on social media. To open this celebration, this festival, I should say, I invite on stage Miss Prachi Lahiri, and I'm going to request my colleague to spotlight her. You can see Prachi Lahiri now. She is a teacher at National Public School, Bangalore in India. An alum of Delhi University, IGNOU, and University of Nottingham, UK, Prachi teaches history, civics, and democratic politics to middle and high school students. She has been topper of the middle school social studies track in one of the editions of CENTA International Teaching Professionals Olympiad, and which is how we got introduced. Her research paper, The Trials and Triumphs of Indian School Teachers During COVID-19, has been selected by UNESCO's International Institute for Educational Planning. So, Prachi, before you start, I'm going to request you to declare the Global Teachers Meet open on behalf of teachers from all over the world.
It would be an honor to declare the Global Teachers Meet open, Ramya, and I really appreciate what CENTA is doing for all of us.
Thank you, Prachi, for being here today, and over to you for your keynote address.
Thank you. So, my namaste to all the teachers and gurus present on this forum. And we are as good as the opportunities that we get. And this opportunity that CENTA has provided us, where I saw 100,000 teachers have registered, brings us a great opportunity to come together, to collaborate, to cooperate with each other. Now, today I want to focus quickly on three things. First, the kind of influence we teachers have on the lives of the student. And this power to influence also comes with huge responsibility. And last but not the least, how do we remain relevant in an age where technology is constantly upgrading ourselves? So these are the 3 points that I'll be speaking today. And as Ramya asked, so why do we teachers teach? The answer is very clear: because we love teaching. It is something that gives us happiness. It's something that enriches us when we reach out to our students. And if we are really able to reach at least 100 students in a year, in this platform itself, we will be able to reach millions of children, because in this forum today, 100,000 teachers are supposed to come alive at one platform. And that's huge. And we teachers have the benefit of getting the undivided attention of our students in our classroom, where they do not have access to their cell phone. They are not distracted by social media. Now, this kind of a rare opportunity even parents would crave for. So it is under our guidance that they forge relationship that lasts a lifetime, friendships that they create, the bonds that they make. It is a huge influence that we have on these young minds. However, when we are with these young, impressionable minds, we have to be extremely careful of even the expressions that we have on our faces, the words that we speak, every sentence that is being absorbed, because they are young, impressionable minds and they come from diverse background. We don't know what fragile situations they have come from. So this power of influence comes with great responsibility. Just like Spider-Man says, with great power comes great responsibility. So how do we manage and balance and shoulder this responsibility? And the only way forward is to learn from each other. We are all stalwarts in our own field. So today, let us take this opportunity to stand on the shoulder of the giants. And all of you, my fellow teachers, are those giants on whose shoulders our next generation will stand and see further. And even we will benefit from each other's expertise. So I thank CENTA wholeheartedly for bringing us all together so that we can learn from each other, listen to each other, and lead each other. Because in this age where artificial intelligence and machine learning is constantly upgrading itself, If we don't handhold each other, we will not remain relevant. And if we do cooperate, if we reach out, then no one and nothing will be able to replace us teachers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that inspiring address, Prachi. Really wonderful to hear you. Audience, I want to mention that we, of course, would have loved to have all the 100,000 of you with us in person, which was not possible. And in this online environment, you get the most out of the session by participating in the live chat. So make sure that you are adding your comments, you are reading what teachers from across the world are saying, and of course, listening to those who are on stage. So to interact with Prachi today, we have an amazing set of leaders from various fields from across the world. And we are going to do this opening session in two parts. To begin with, I'm going to invite four absolutely amazing leaders, Mr. S. Ramadurai, Dr. Emily Faith-Straitzer, Dr. James Tooley, and Ms. Shalini Puchilapalli. I'll do a brief introduction of each of them. I mean, I think I could speak about each of them for days, but let me try and keep this brief. So Mr. Ramadurai is chairperson of Tata Technologies, former chairperson of Bombay Stock Exchange, widely renowned CEO of TCS, served on many corporate boards, on MIT School of Management Board. He was awarded the Padma Bhushan by the Government of India in 2006 and the Commander of the Order of the British Empire by Queen Elizabeth II for his contribution to Indo-British economic relations in 2009. Dr. Emily Faith-Straitzer from Washington, D.C., USA, started her career as a teacher. And you can see that throughout today, we are going to be prioritizing people who are teachers, who have started as teachers. So Emily started her career as a teacher and has been an educationist for over 50 years. After working in the US Department of Education, she has founded and led the National Center for Alternative Certification and a bunch of other organizations. She has the unique distinction of having built the hugely successful Teach Now Moreland University in her 70s and is now the founder and president of the nonprofit Future Teaching Institute. And she says age is just a number, so I will not mention her age. Dr. James Tooley is the Vice Chancellor at the University of Buckingham, UK. He also started his career as a maths teacher in Zimbabwe. James is widely known for his path-breaking research on low-cost private education, which has won several awards, including by the International Finance Corporation and Financial Times, the Templeton Prize for Free Market Solutions to Poverty, the National Free Enterprise Award from the Institute of Economic Affairs London, and Sir Anthony Fisher Memorial Prize for his book, The Beautiful Tree. James has co-founded chains of low-cost schools in Ghana, India, and England, so living true to his research, and is involved with large school associations in Nigeria and India. Ms. Shalini Puchilapalli is Managing Director and Country Head for Google Customer Solutions, where she is building the digital ecosystem for India, an alum of Indian Institute of Technology, IIT, XLRI, and INSEAD in France. Shalini has been part of the top management team of Amazon India and CEO of the Leher Foods business of PepsiCo. She has been awarded Economics Times 40 Under 40 Influential Leaders Award in 2014 and recognized among young global leaders by the World Economic Forum in 2015. Shalini is also a keen champion of women's rights and has joined us today in spite of just being about to catch a flight. So thank you so much. And I know each of you with busy schedules, all five of you, Prachi, Mr. Ramadurai, Dr. Emily, Dr. James, and Shalini, thanks a lot for being here. And with that, let me ask Mr. Ramadurai, I think you are having probably a problem with your video, but if you are able to speak, could I ask you to share your question for our keynote speaker, Prachi?
Thank you, Ramya. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly.
Okay. First of all, I'm so happy CENTA, spearheaded by Mrs. Ramya Venkatraman, is organizing this great event where you're connecting so many people from so many geographies, which is a phenomenal achievement. Congratulations to you and your whole team. I think Srimati Prachi Lahiri, thank you for being the chief guest, and your opening remarks were so focused and short and sweet for a change, which is extremely important. I think I just wanted to leave a thought or a question or a comment, whatever you want to take it as. We in India have to grow because of our demographic profile at a certain sustained growth rate of about 8% plus and generate the entrepreneurship or the employment for our youth. I think all of us believe, including teachers, have to be lifelong learners and or teachers, because the role of a teacher or a student keeps shifting, so that you sometime are a learner, sometime are a teacher. And what is your view and what is the role of technology in this journey of continuous learning teaching cycle? And two, what are the areas of concern when sustainability and economic growth have to go hand in hand to save the planet? Thank you.
Okay, so first I'll divide the question into two. First, I'll take the economic part, and then I will come to the sustainability part. So the first, teachers themselves are a part of the economic growth, and we are part of, like, if I'm quoting UNICEF correctly, there are like roughly 8.5 million teachers in India, school teachers. And if this 8.5 million teachers keep constantly upgrading themselves, then the more we empower ourselves, it will reflect on our students. So we will be able to give that confidence to the next generation. And secondly, preparing our next generation for the economy. So if I understand correctly, companies look for people to hire who have good communication skills, who are focused, who can come up with out of the box problem solving skills. And all these qualities are painstakingly instilled into our students by the teachers through by being a role model, through everyday experience, through life skill classes. So I would say we build characters. Instead of building workforce, I would say we build characters who in turn would grow up to build nation, to build the economy as well. And if the character is so strong that they can reach out to others, if they understand what is social responsibility, if they can keep their community clean, if they can connect with each other, then obviously sustainability will take care, because they are the future, they are the ones who have to take it up. So I would say by being a good role model, by being a learner ourselves, and by instilling good values, we will empower the next generation who will take our country to the next level in economic growth.
Very
Yeah.
nicely and succinctly put, Prachi. And I don't know, Mr. Ramadura, if you had anything that you wanted to add. And I also understand that that you have a back-end constraint. So if you wanted to add something, we can take it quickly right away.
The deliberations, Ramya, what is the collaboration and a cooperation between the various countries and the teachers? Now, how do you create it as a movement rather than one of a kind? That would be very helpful, so that if some ideas come up from that, we can try pilots in a collaborative mode and see how best to scale up, which you are good at.
That's a fantastic thought, Mr. Ramadurai. And in fact, I'm going to note that question to ask Dr. Carlos from UNESCO's International Teacher Task Force, who's joining us in another 40 minutes. So let me pose this question to Carlos as soon as he joins. And that's a fantastic thought. Thank you so much. Let me ask James. James, what is your question for our keynote speaker or your comment for us in general?
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Ramya, it's a great pleasure to be on this call, on this conference. As you know, I've known you many years and I deeply respect all you've done with CENTA, and I think it's a terrific example for us all of what can be achieved by that combination of entrepreneurship and love of education. And Prachi, thank you for your opening remarks. I've been going through the live chat and it's very nice. People have actually said where they're from. And I've counted, well, I'll go through the countries: the Democratic Republic of Congo, Eswatini, what used to be Swaziland, Cameroon, Nigeria, Ghana, Philippines, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, India, of course, Bangladesh, Nepal, and did I say Indonesia? And I'm sure there are others as well. So you've got a huge global audience here today. And I'm, of course, in England. I'm at the University of Buckingham, a very special independent university, some 50 miles from London. But the question to you, Prachi, is, given this wide audience, Libya, I've just seen come up now, another country to add to our list. Are there similarities? Are there sort of core principles of teachers for across these different countries? Do you know? Or is it open for, is it up for grabs how different teaching could be in each of these countries? What do you think? Are there core principles, or is it really down to us all to find our own way in our different countries?
Okay, so I think when we talk about globalization, we are talking about diversity, the diverse background from which the children come. So if I take my own country, India, I think we can say diversity is the second name for India. We have 22 national languages, 1,600 different languages are spoken. In those 22 languages, there are dialects. There are 27 federal units. So diversity is something that we Indians grow up with. And when we are talking about globalization, this diversity becomes manifold. But the core principles of teaching, every teacher, if they go into the class, they see children in the classroom. And children will remain children across the world. The basic need, I believe there are 3 A's to it. And I keep repeating this to myself, that all children across the world need 3 A's. They need our attention. They need our affection and appreciation, that yes, you can do it. We can give them technical terms like growth mindset, which is again like, yes, you have achieved this much, but you can also achieve more. Then things like child-centric learning, again, that same thing. This is the curriculum, but you can learn it in your way also. So if we keep the children in front, they are all same because their needs are same. They need that reassurance that yes, there is a human who cares for them. There is a teacher who wants them to excel. It is in their excellence that the teacher takes pride. So not by judging them, by keeping a standard. So all these things, that when a teacher and a student connect, and the skills or the principles that you may say, it is just investing time, attention, affection, and giving appreciation. Those are the 3 things I would say are the core principles.
That's very interesting. Can I come back, Ramya?
Please go ahead, James.
Yeah, and in fact, while you've been talking, there are additional countries: Georgia, Kenya, South Africa, Somalia, Romania, Egypt, and Bhutan, I've noticed. So this is really a very cosmopolitan, global audience that you've managed to get together, Ramya, and all credit to you for doing that. Tunisia as well. There's Tunisia come up. So yes, I've traveled the world as well, and I've done work from Central America, North America, Europe, Sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa, Middle East, South Asia, the far, East Asia. And I think I agree with you. I mean, there are differences and there are different traditions, aren't there? So in East Asia, people would be they'd probably add to your 3 A's, there would be a D of discipline, or and perhaps a P of patriotism, or an N of nationalism. There are things that some countries want to push in there. But I do think you're right. And in many countries I've seen, the teachers can be quite brutal. And, that whole idea of affection for the children, sometimes that's not known. And I think what you can be doing here, can't you, Prachi, Ramya, and others, is trying to focus on children as vulnerable learners, and recognizing that, when I was at school many years ago, I'm sure you're thinking, but many years ago, there was very strict discipline, and it was almost like it was your fault, and you get hit if you couldn't learn mathematics, or you didn't do your French homework, or whatever. And now I think this idea that actually we give attention, we give affection, we give appreciation, while still recognizing sometimes the opposites are required. Children are not angels, as you know, and maybe children do need to be kept on the path as well. I liked your answer about diversity. Yes, India is a massive place, isn't it? And yes, Kerala and Uttar Pradesh, or Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, they are as different, aren't they, as probably Egypt and South Africa, elsewhere. So I think you're absolutely right. You have a very good advantage to many of us having teaching in India, that you can actually see these differences. Yes. But I thank you for that answer. And thank you, Rami, for all you're doing.
Thank you, James. And, I think this is something I really wanted to do, which is to read out many of the country names, but I just could not keep pace with them, and really appreciate you doing that instead. I think that was fantastic. And as you rightly said, I think there are similarities, there are differences. And I would really love for our audience to participate on the live chat, of course, with your name, country name, school name, all of that, but also with your views. So with your views on the questions which are being discussed here. So for example, Mr. Ramadurai's question of how teachers contribute to economic growth, or James' question about, whether teaching is similar or different across the world. Would love for you to contribute with your views. And sometime in the last section of this meet, I'm going to share what we'll be doing with a lot of these views. We are doing something with it. So it's not like, your views are wasted. We'll come back to what we'll do with it in the last section of the meet. Wait for that surprise. But before that, let me move to Shalini and Emily. I'm going to request that we move to Shalini first, because I do know that she has a flight to catch. And Shalini, if you can share your question for our keynote speaker before we move to Emily.
Thank you, Ramya. And I can't tell you what an honor to be here with this whole world around us of the world builders and future builders here. It's such an honor and a joy to be a part of this group. Thank you so much. And Prachi, I can't tell you, I think the last 10 minutes of this conversation were so educational. I loved the 3 A's: attention, appreciation, and affection. I've written it down specifically because I think it's so wonderfully and beautifully put.
Thank you, ma'am.
My question to you is actually around technology. We've seen enough articles on impact of technology on education, and now specifically AI on education. How do you think technology can impact education?
How can technology impact education? Okay. So technology is not a choice anymore. I think children are steeped in technology. Immersion has happened in technology. Like they are, I have seen 2-year-old coming and my niece's daughter is less than 2 and she can use a cell phone. So I think as a teacher, I would say first, keep technology a little aside and discover the power within, because the most difficult questions in our lives, they will not find it in Google or even in Chat GPT. I think technology is so steeped in these children now. We need to teach them how to connect with each other and to listen to their own instinct instead of always relying on technology. We have evolved to survive with some instinct. So here, a quote of Swami Vivekananda is coming to my mind very prominently, that education is the manifestation of perfection that is within. So I would say I would first teach my children to look into the eyes of your friend or your parents when they are talking. You go out and teach technology to your grandparents. In that way, you can connect with them. So I would say we need not teach technology to them. They know it because they are surrounded by it. The parents are using technology. They are born with, especially the middle and the upper middle class in India. And especially after a pandemic, they are surrounded by screens. So, as a teacher, if you ask me, I would say technology is here to stay. They know how to use technology. They are already using chat gpt for writing good answers and ai for everything. They know maybe more than the teachers. So I would suggest my students to connect with the human beings now, to responsibly, instead of using technology responsibly, I would say responsibly connect with each other. Because if you really see, ma'am, the friendship that they make in school, it lasts them lifetime, because school is a Wi-Fi free zone. They actually share from each other's tiffin. They share their joke. They share their struggles. And it is in that technology free environment where they're actually using a pen and a paper to write, where they are learning those life skills.
So I
So I think it is a beautiful balance if we can strike that. Just like in school, we have the interactive panel, we have all those. We teachers now use laptop, and the easy answer to say is that we will upgrade ourselves. We are doing that. That my entire research during that trials and triumphs was that how teachers upgrade themselves. Teachers have upgraded, but I think now we have to bond in a human manner with each other so that children understand the human value more than technological value, because it is there.
I just love that answer to a top management member at Google. And I'm not gonna look for a debate here, but I guess Prachi, we cannot deny what you said, that the human connect is probably more important than all the technology we are trying to build, if not equally, and not just equally important. But Shalini, I know you have to rush, and I really appreciate your being here in spite of catching a flight right after this. Any closing comment before we move to Emily?
No, Prachi, firstly, Ramya, thank you so much. And Prachi, what a wonderful answer. I think there's nothing that can take away from human interaction. And I truly believe that. And if we can enable technology to just help rather than hinder, I think our work as parents and teachers is done. But so I so love your answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you
ma'am.
so much, Shalini, for
Thank
being
you.
with us. And in fact, both Shalini and Mr. Ramadurai, thank you on behalf of the entire audience. I know you may drop out even before we close the session, but let me move on to Emily. And Emily, love to hear your question for our keynote. Did Emily drop out? I'm just checking on the back end. I think we may have had Emily drop out. but that's okay. We will bring her into the conversation as soon as she gets back. Let me thank both James and Shalini, and of course Mr. Ramadurai, for being here. Thank you very much. And I think the combination of having business leaders and education leaders along with our keynote speaker today, it was a powerful part one of our opening. We will move to part two of the opening. And Prachi, we are not letting you go. Thank you, James. Thank you, Shalini. And for part two of the opening, we have with us Professor K.V. Subramaniam, Dr. Susan Thompson, Lee Kai Chen, and Amit Chandra. I think all of you are here with us. Let me take again a couple of minutes to quickly introduce the guests with us, and I'm also requesting my team to add Emily back as soon as she joins because we could not hear from her. So requesting my team to add Emily back. And meanwhile, quick introductions. Professor K.V. Subramaniam is an executive director at the International Monetary Fund. And as many of you might from India would know, the 17th Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India from 2018 to 21, and also a Professor of Finance on leave at the Indian School of Business. He conceptualized India's economic policy during the once-in-a-century COVID pandemic, and his path-breaking economic surveys have been widely appreciated, including by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, who has noted his academic brilliance, unique perspectives on economic and policy matters, and reformatory zeal. A PhD from the University of Chicago, Dr. Subramaniam has been recognized as distinguished alum by his earlier alma maters, both IIT Kanpur and IIM Calcutta. Dr. Susan Thompson is president of Moreland University in Washington, D.C., USA, supporting Colibri Group's teacher education ecosystem. Susan started her career as an elementary school teacher, and wonderful to see that, Susan, a career educator. She was the superintendent of schools for the Northwestern Lee School District in Pennsylvania. And after 20 years in public education, Susan made the shift to the edtech industry with Discovery Education. She has been recognized as one of the most inspiring women in business by Ace Pioneer magazine, has been a keynote presenter during the National Digital Week in Ireland, has engaged with the House of Commons members, and many other things. Lee Kai Chen is a senior partner with McKinsey & Company and managing partner with the Malaysia office of the firm, an alum of University of Reading, Birmingham, and Harvard Business School. Lee Kai has held positions with Balfour Beatty and Barclays Capital before joining McKinsey 20 years back. Lee Kai works with private and public institutions to improve performance, modernize organizations, unlock growth, and was previously the global leader of McKinsey's education practice, advising school systems, vocational and higher education systems across more than 30 countries. Amit Chandra is chairperson of Bain Capital India office and co-founder of ATE Chandra Foundation. Recognized as a distinguished alum of his alma mater, Boston College, Amit founded Bain Capital's Mumbai office, is part of the Asia Pacific leadership of the firm, and is a member of the financial and business services vertical. He has also been the part of the top management at DSP, Merrill Lynch, and NSR Advisors. Prior to this, was named a young global leader by the World Economic Forum in 2007. And Amit and his wife Archana are also reputed philanthropists, named in Asia's Heroes of Philanthropy list by Forbes in 2016. Again, as I said, each of our 5 speakers on stage, I could go on about them for hours. And I have to keep my introduction extremely short. Now, in part 2 of this opening session, we are going to do something slightly different. So instead of, bothering our keynote speaker and teacher with more questions, and I'm sure you're going to get plenty of questions from your students back on Monday. So instead of bothering you with more questions, I'd love to hear from our guests a teacher whom they remember from their childhood. You can see that each of our guests has achieved what any teacher would be truly, truly proud of. Is there a teacher you remember? And there might be many, but you can name one of them for us today and tell them what you remember him or her for. And maybe Subbu, let me put you on the spot and start with you first.
Thank you very much, Ramya, and thanks for a very for inviting me. This is a momentous occasion for CENTA. I must say, Ramya and I overlapped at IIMCAL, and her passion to make a difference was visible at that time in campus itself. So I am not at all surprised at what you've done, Ramya, in this space. As a policymaker, I think I cannot but feel the warm glow for the wonderful work that CENTA is doing on education. So thank you very much for that national service. Let me. There are many teachers actually that have had a wonderful influence. As I always think about, their mentoring has made a difference, and the only ways many of us can pay that debt back is by paying it forward. So there's one teacher that comes to my mind. This was when I was preparing for the IIT JEE, and so I'll just take a couple of minutes to relate an anecdote to basically illustrate the kind of profound impact that a teacher can have. I coming from a humble background and in a small town, I went to this person wanting to study. And I hadn't been a particularly sort of, in terms of grades, etc. till class 10th, didn't have anything spectacular to really to show. So when I go there, and this person used to teach mathematics for the IIT, and he says that you would be better off lowering your ambitions and not preparing for the IIT. And in my bravado, maybe I told him, why do you think so, sir? Give me an exam and I'll prove it to you that I have the metal too. And so it turns out he asked me to come the next day. And those of you who have sort of studied trigonometry will remember there was this famous book by S.L. Loney, and there were about 300 problems at the backside of that. So he gives me two problems to solve. Makes me sit in the balcony, gives me a ream of papers. And I remember, sitting there for, I think, 3.5 hours trying to solve those problems. Couldn't solve them at all. At the end of the, after 3.5 hours or so, I came with my head bowed down because of, my actions couldn't match the bravado that I had. So I hand him over the papers and told him in Hindi only, sir. I told him that maybe, sir, you're right, that I don't deserve. I couldn't solve the questions. So. He was a very gruff kind of person. He says, so in Hindi, he just says, "Kal se aa jana." Basically said, come from tomorrow. And I was very surprised. I didn't have the courage to ask him why. What did he see in the monumental failure that I had accomplished by sitting there for 3.5 hours and yet not being able to solve the questions? So after I, got in, and then my father, had come to basically thank him for. So then at that time he actually, and I'll say it in Hindi because that's how I think the effect will come. So I was sitting there, and actually for the first time I heard anything good about me from him. And he said, "ये बच्चा इसमें जुनून मैंने देखा था." करीब 3-3.5 घंटा बैठा हुआ था, मुझे अभी भी याद है. उससे सवाल बने नहीं, लेकिन मैंने किसी और को आधे घंटे से ज्यादा बैठे हुए देखा नहीं. तो मुझे तो तभी लग गया था कि ये एक्चुअली कर गुजरेगा. So I think to have seen the effort and not the outcome is something that I actually and I think that is what makes a very good teacher, the ability to spot that soft information, not the hard information which is there in your percentage. And just to let you know, and many students who might be here, the hard information was not encouraging in my case at all. 67% in class 10th in CBSE. Which teacher would ever think that this kind of student would have the ability to get a top rank in the IIT, leave alone sort of getting into. But he saw that effort, and I think that's what, in my opinion, actually I look back, and it's in my career span, to me, that was getting into the IIT, coming from the kind of background that I was a big step. And I possibly couldn't have happened without this teacher. And so I really bow down in humility and in prayer to all my teachers. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah.
Subbu, do you want to mention the name of the teacher you spoke about?
Professor Chandwani.
Great. Wonderful. And for our international audience, just to translate the last part of that, the teacher basically said, I haven't seen someone sitting for 3 hours, even if he could not solve the problem. And that effort is what we are looking for. So let's move to Susan. Susan, you're a teacher that you remember from your childhood. And while we are at it, audience, please add your stories. As I said, there is a surprise in the end, what we are doing with these stories. Please add them on the chat.
Ramya, thank you so much for hosting this today. It's an honor to be here. I am just so inspired by the words. Prachi, your words were fantastic this morning, and it's I'm really excited and embracing the global nature of this conversation and this time together today. At Moreland University, while we are located in Washington, D.C., we actually have candidates that come from over 160 different countries. So being a globally minded learning experience is very important to us. Moreland was founded on the belief that teachers deserve the highest quality, collaborative, and globally minded learning and preparation experience. And we do that through a lot of innovation and technology. But to Prachi's good point earlier, we also embrace the importance of humans connecting with one another, so that there's a very synchronous engagement that's a part of our core at Moreland, and we're honored to be here today. At its core, global mobility is really about people connecting from all around the world. Everyone has something unique and important to offer, something to learn. At Moreland, we embrace people, cultures, learning methodologies from around the world to form meaningful relationships, exchange perspectives like we are today, and all focused on how we can ensure the children in our schools are receiving the highest quality learning experiences, we believe. And we believe we have a responsibility to facilitate this connection and foster a more inclusive global community. And Ramya, since we're here today to connect and celebrate teachers, faculty, professors, the education profession, and learn more about our global education systems, I would like to send a very special thanks to my 5th grade teacher, Mr. Bell. He was my 5th grade teacher at the Central Columbia Middle School in Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, and he was on a teaching exchange from Australia. So as an 11-year-old, I had the honor and privilege of being exposed to an educator from an entirely different part of the world. Not only was he a brilliant teacher, but he captured my curiosity for the world and my passion for wanting people to feel valued and connected, and that it truly takes all of humanity in collaboration to raise our children, to solve our global challenges, and consistently serve and better the human race. So I'm deeply thankful to him and to all of you for bringing the light of the world and sparking curiosity as you, all of the people who are attending today, all of the wonderful teachers that are attending today. You bring so much important work and love to your students each day in your classroom. So Ramya, I'm thanking Mr. Bell, as well as yourself and Prachi and the esteemed speakers that are here today. And on behalf of Moreland University, we're just honored to be a part of this global community of educators.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you so much for being here today. Let me ask Amit, Amit, your childhood memory of a teacher.
Thank you, Ramya, first of all, for inviting me, and congratulations on what you've accomplished. I still remember the early days when I had the privilege of working with you, when I was involved with Akanksha that works in municipal schools of Mumbai, and you were involved in actually shaping outcomes in the municipal school system. And I've seen how CENTA has actually gone from an idea to what's incredible movement. Congratulations on everything you've accomplished. The stories we've just heard are very hard to follow, but I can tell you from with deep gratitude, I actually like to thank a collective of teachers. And even though I'm a former banker, an engineer, and now an investor, it's actually my history and geography teachers from junior and middle school who I feel deeply, deeply grateful for. And that's because if I think about the work that I now do beyond investing, it's actually with farmers, it's in the area of sustainability, and it's in building the ecosystem for the social sector in India. And if it wasn't for what I learned in history and some of the learnings I had in my geography classes, I think it wouldn't be it wouldn't have been for all those learnings. I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing today. So I'm really grateful to all those teachers. There's one in particular I remember, Lorna Alvarez. She passed away while I was at school, and that moved me deeply. But for all these teacher gurus, I'm eternally grateful. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Amit. Very beautifully put. Lee Kai, your teacher memory from your childhood.
Thank you, Ramya, and again, thank you for inviting me to be here. Teacher memory. So there are so many. Maybe a bit unfair to call out, but I guess off the top of my head, in my upper secondary school days, there's so many. There's Miss Tan, my Malay language teacher, who taught me the value of resilience, of humility, the power of being nice. Right? There was Mr. Huang, my maths teacher, who sadly is no longer with us a couple of years now, who opened my mind to the elegance and beauty of mathematics. Right? But there was also Miss Pan, who came all the way from China to spend quite a bit of time in Malaysia teaching us physics, and who not only helped me to unlock my mortal fear of physics, right, but also injected a deep intellectual curiosity that hopefully I have lived up to over the last many years. So many to mention.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Lee Kai. So wonderful to have all of you with us today. And before we wrap up this opening session of this Global Teachers Meet, let me just ask any of you if you have a closing comment for our audience. And I can see tons and tons of questions from the audience. So I'm going to request the various colleagues from CENTA who are on the live chat to keep answering these questions, particularly the ones which are technical ones on pedagogy and so on. But meanwhile, any closing comment before we close this session?
Yeah. Ramya, if I may, if I can, I would like to maybe take this opportunity to maybe highlight one or two of the findings on a piece of research that I had the privilege of collaborating with you on 15 years ago now. Right, so by the way, guys, since we have, for the record, I had the privilege of collaborating with Ramya many years ago. She is, in my mind, by far one of the most inspiring thought leaders, pioneers, and breakthrough leaders in education that I had the chance to work with. But so 15 years ago, Ramya and I collaborated with some of our colleagues to launch a piece of global research. And this was a piece of research where we're trying to answer a very, in some ways at the time, simple question. Why do some school systems globally consistently perform well and consistently improve? So we looked at the best performing and most improved school systems in the world over a span of 15 years, and we've upped the analysis since. And what was it about these systems that made them so special? How did they get on top? How did they improve so much? And of course, together with Mao, we turned out the answer was simple but not straightforward. And the reason for this was that we found out this fact that at the end of the day, that the quality of an education system can never exceed the quality of its teachers. And therefore, the single biggest determinant of student outcomes is the quality of the teachers and the quality of the teaching. And of course, the best way to improve student outcomes is still, at the end of the day, after decades and so many years, despite the changes in technology and profession, at the end of the day, the best way to improve student outcomes is still to improve classroom instruction, however that is delivered. Right? And I think I would even go further as part of this research. But when we look globally, and over 15 years is remarkably consistent, we go even further than what I just said and highlight the fact that, again, it is our strong belief that the teaching profession is the ultimate leadership development crucible. If you can lead a classroom despite the myriad of challenges, get learning to happen, unlock minds, influence people, influence kids of different backgrounds, anything, you can lead anything. And so I know it's very old research, but Rami, I thought given that we have such a wonderful audience here today globally, we probably worth highlighting this again. So
yes, I can never forget that slide. I can draw it in my sleep, I think. So yeah, now glad you reminded me of that. And I think Subbu, you have a closing comment as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ramya. So, Mike, I think there's a lot of course, research on the wonderful things that teachers can bring. So, I have a comment, and this is primarily for teachers in India. My humble request is to develop a sense of identity and a sense of of pride in being an Indian. I actually reflect back on many of, especially when I look at a lot of our peers and those of us who are English educated, oftentimes actually do not take enough, do not go and, read, understand, with such an old culture, which has come up with such profound ideas for humanity, right from the number zero to so much of geometry, and so that in fact there are books now. For instance, I'll refer particularly a book, and The Imperishable Seed, which talks about the contributions to various branches of mathematics that that India has provided. And I think so it's really important for our teachers to actually inculcate this sense of pride. I think every civilization, every culture has wonderful things to learn from, but over the years, and maybe this is my own impression, but especially among those that are English educated, we've we've developed as someone who actually do not take enough pride in our own identity as Indians, and end up thinking that everything from the West is great. I think and that is part of it is a colonial residual as well. I think it is incredibly important for us and teachers play an extremely important role in developing this, which is talk about, and I'm not, there is enough across, various different stratification. That stratification could be on religious or other lines, be absolutely inclusive, but make sure that the next generation of kids that come are those that are actually not apologetic about being Indian, but really proud about being an Indian. And I think it's incredibly important because as we are taught in business school and others, culture eats strategy for breakfast. And I think that culture where especially those who are sort of have the privilege of being well educated. I think we have to really take the role. So teachers have to play an important role in developing that sense of identity. And I think this can't be put better than, I will close with this, the Bhagavad Gita conversation between Sri Krishna and Arjuna, chapter 3, shloka 21, which goes as Yadyat acharati shreshtatah tat tat evetaro janaha sayat pramanam kurte lokastad anuvartate. Translated, it basically means that those who have the privilege to be looked up to must be, in their behavior and in the actions that they perform, they must lead by example. And I think, and teachers, as Likai rightly said, are the first leaders that we all encounter, and therefore we have to, and as teachers, we have to display that leadership to develop that identity, so that culture indeed eats strategy for breakfast. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Subbu. And as I thank all the speakers, I'd extrapolate from what you said to say that the teacher plays a very unique role wherever you are. I mean, whichever country you're part of, to bring the local and the global together. And teaching is a local profession. Teaching is part of each of our neighborhoods, and with platforms which are global, teachers can bring the local and the global together in a way that no other profession can. So thank you so much for that. And once again, thank you, Susan, Subbu, Likai, Amit, for being with us. And Prachi, the only request I will have for you is, as we close this session, in case you have a few minutes to go to the chat, in particular the Q&A section, and answer maybe 2-3 of the pedagogical questions that have been raised, we would love for that before you dial out from the call. Thank you so much for the time you have spent with us today. And
definitely, Ramya, I'll do that before I sign out. Definitely, I'll do that.
Thank you so much. And I'll request my colleagues to put Shruti back on spotlight, and over to you, Shruti, to take us forward.
Thank you, Ramya. Let's give a big round of applause, using the emojis, of course, to our fabulous teacher, Prachi Lahari, for that inspiring speech, and to all our esteemed guests for their fantastic questions and shout-outs. It definitely made me think about my favorite teacher. Okay, so it's that time again. I have another poll for you. You can see it on your screen, so please find the poll option on the right side of your screen. And I also request all the participants to please use the live chat section and not the comment section, because we will not be able to respond to you there. Use the live chat section, which is the first option you can see on the right side, to interact with us, to interact with all the others in this group, and to interact with the speakers as well. Okay, so the poll, I think all of you can see it on your screen. As an educator, what type of support do you find most beneficial? Peer-to-peer learning, workshops and trainings, online self-paced courses, one-on-one mentoring, or others? Tell us in the live chat if it's something other than these 4 options. Okay, I can see 24% of you saying peer-to-peer learning, 48% saying workshops and trainings, around 10% of you saying online self-paced courses, and 16% saying one-on-one mentoring. Great, and there are a few other responses as well. I have another question for you. How many hours do you spend on your professional development? Okay, I'll wait for another 30 seconds for all of you to share your responses. Okay, waiting for your responses. Okay, wow. So I can see a lot of different responses here. And most of you are saying 1 to 2 hours a week is what you spend on your professional development. 1 to 2 hours a week. And some of you are saying 3 to 5 hours, more than 6 hours. I'm glad to see that the least is less than 1 hour a week. That's great to see. So let's move on to the next section now. Apart from being a mega global gathering of teachers, today's event is also a day to recognize and celebrate several teachers, winners of our International Teaching Professionals Olympiad, teachers who have invested in their own learning, teachers who have contributed to the community, and so on. We will be showcasing the winners on the screen, so if you're joining from your laptop, please don't forget to expand your screen to a full screen view. You can see an expand button on the right hand side, on the corner right below. Right below the title, the Global Teachers Meet, you should be able to see the expand button. So before we start the first award section, I want to welcome Dr. Vanita Sharma from Reliance Foundation to talk about the Foundation's vision and the Reliance Foundation Teacher Awards, which have been given to winners of the CENTA Teaching Professionals Olympiad since 2018. An alum of University of Oxford, Dr. Vanita is an advisor on strategic initiatives at Reliance Foundation in India. She has 20 plus years of international experience in the social sector, corporate social responsibility and communications in the UK, South Asia and Africa, working across corporates, academia and charitable foundations. She was also awarded a Scholar of Peace Fellowship by the Dalai Lama Foundation. Welcome, Dr. Vanita.
Thank you so much, Shruti, and thank you to the CENTA team for inviting me to be here today. It's a real honor to join. And good evening to all of the amazing teachers that have joined the Global Teachers Meet from around India and the world. So, Shruti, would you like me to say a few words about the
Yes,
program?
definitely, Dr.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us today.
No worries. Thank you. So I think, as we heard in the last session, every one of us has been empowered on our life's journey through the support, care, and inspiration of our teachers. And I think we all owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to teachers like all of you that are joining us today. At Reliance Foundation, which was established in 2010 by our chairperson, Mrs. Neeta Ambani, we have multiple initiatives in the area of education, ranging from early childhood education to our Reliance Foundation scholarships. We also have our Reliance Foundation schools across the country and the GEO Institute. And teachers are very much at the backbone of all of these initiatives. And we very much believe that teachers are at the forefront of empowering the next generation and shaping the future of the country. So we're very committed towards building the capacity of teachers in India, helping to foster teaching innovation, and equipping teachers with the skills for 21st or actually 22nd century learning. And through our partnership and collaboration with CENTA, we set up the Reliance Foundation Teacher Awards in 2018 to help recognize and honor the achievements of the top 1,000 teachers who excel in the Teachers Professional Olympiad. And through this partnership over these last 5 years, the Reliance Foundation Teacher Awards have recognized and celebrated the achievements of thousands of teachers across the country and provided cash awards amounting to over 90 lakhs, with the top prize winner being awarded a prize of 1 lakh each every year. And these teacher award winners have come from across the length and breadth of India, from over 70 cities, over 750 schools, a range of different subjects, age groups, school leaders, and we're just immensely proud of all of the teacher award winners so far, and the ones that will be announced today. They're just such great role models. They've shown a clear commitment and demonstration of teaching excellence through their performance in the TPO, and do amazing work and are hugely dedicated towards their students and teaching innovation. So we're just really humbled to have the chance to recognize and celebrate them. And I'd just like to congratulate all of the winners of the CENTA TPO today. And thanks, Shruti, for inviting us to be part of this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vanita. I now invite Ramya to also come on stage and share a few words with us.
Dr. Vanita, my heartfelt gratitude to Reliance Foundation and Reliance Group for the tremendous support to CENTA in this initiative. And thank you very much for being with us today. Really appreciate your presence. And I'm also going to take this opportunity to welcome our next set of guests. And Vanita, please do stay with us. I think you and your colleague will be back to announce the final winners of the CENTA TPO later in the evening. So please do stay with us. Before I welcome the next set of guests, I want to mention that throughout the meet today, at various points, we are going to try and showcase a few initiatives from across the globe which are working for teachers. As teachers, you often feel alone in the classroom. It's a tough profession. It's not something where you can feel the support of other adults all the time. But know that you are not alone. You're, of course, part of a much bigger teaching community, but you're also part of a broader ecosystem where there are many, many people working to support teachers. So for that, I'm going to invite two very special guests, Wendy Kopp and Dr. Emily Feistritzer. Thank you so much for being with us today. Let me ask. So I think both of you need very little introduction, though I did introduce Emily earlier when your network had dropped off, I think. Let me still do a quick introduction of Wendy before getting into a conversation. So Wendy is founder of Teach for America, of course, and also the founder of the Teach for All movement, which now works in several countries across the globe and tries to bring young professionals as well as students into teaching, into equitable education, with the aim of making them future leaders in the education space and beyond. Wendy, we've been talking a lot since the beginning of this meet about the combination of global and local. And as someone who's leading a movement in so many different countries, I want to ask you, how do you see this? How do you see some common underpinnings that still work across cultures? How do you see the differences play out? Would love to hear from you for a couple of minutes. And Emily, I'll be coming back to you for a question on where data comes into this conversation.
Thank you so much for having me. I guess initially the inspiration for Teach for All was meeting people all around the world who were inspired by what we had done in the US with Teach for America. And they were interested in doing something similar in their countries. And that's what led to the idea of launching Teach for All as a network of independent, locally led organizations now in 60 countries and growing that are all united by a common purpose that brings us all together, which is to develop collective leadership to ensure all children fulfill their potential. We share a common approach for enlisting promising leaders of all backgrounds, a very diverse group of them, in initially committing 2 years to teach in under-resourced communities and ultimately continuing to work throughout their lives alongside many others to exert the collective leadership necessary. To your question, I think what we quickly saw was that as different as cultures and contexts are, the roots of the inequities we're addressing are eerily similar. There are just remarkable similarities in almost every country in the world. There are segments of kids who face extra challenges, who show up in school systems that were not designed to meet their extra needs. And there's a prevailing kind of set of low expectations for those kids that creates this kind of cycle of inequity. It's a very big systemic challenge. And I think the fact that the roots are so similar means that the solutions are much more shareable than we've otherwise and previously assumed in education. And so the principle of our network and one of the values that unites us is this idea of being both locally rooted, because we know any transformation around kids will have to be deeply locally rooted in context and culture and relationships and trust, and also globally informed, so that we have growing numbers of leaders like yourselves all over the world who are working away in local communities, but also connected to each other so that they can learn from each other and be exposed to what's working and possible in other contexts as a way of accelerating progress for kids. Maybe I'll say one more thing, since you haven't taken the mic from me, which is that I think there's a universal kind of in the world that And it's the reason that this movement is thriving in such very diverse contexts, from Nigeria to India to Peru to the next place.
Yeah,
and
53
and the
countries,
universal
right?
is
53 countries, yeah.
very
Yeah,
different.
yeah.
60 plus countries at this
Wow.
point, right?
Wow.
But what's interesting is that, we know again that the problem we're addressing is this big systemic complex challenge. There's no one thing that's going to solve it. It's going to take system change. And that means it's going to take, systems are made of people. It's going to take a lot of people exerting agency and leadership at every level of systems, in classrooms, from teachers, from school leaders, from school system leaders, from policymakers, from advocates outside the system, from parents and students themselves, from social innovators making up for the gaps in the system. And what we've learned across our network is that it's possible to make a really intentional effort to cultivate that agency and leadership. So that's kind of why this works everywhere, because systems are made of people, people change systems. And what we've seen is that intentionally investing in cultivating the leadership of people throughout the system can actually be completely transformative for kids and communities.
Wonderfully put, Wendy. And of course, Wendy, you've been honored by many forums across the world. You've received the Weiss Prize for Education. You have received the GSV Lifetime Award, many others. But I'm going to request our audience today to do a round of applauses through the emoji and honor you on behalf of the Global Teachers Meet for supporting our young teachers coming into either this profession or allied areas in education and going on to become leaders of the sector, leaders beyond the sector. So thank you for everything you do. Emily, you missed my introduction, and I'm not sure whether you would have fully appreciated
That's okay.
it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. And I just want to mention the one thing from my introduction earlier, which is that Emily has been working in education for over 50 years now. And she told me in a personal conversation that she tried taking a small break when she tried to sleep in the afternoon and read some books, but it didn't work out. She had to go back to working in education. And here she is running the Future Teaching Institute, which is a nonprofit focused on data science. And Emily, the question for you, where do you see data science fitting into supporting teachers? And you've moved from the core of teacher professional development to this.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I hope you can. I think it's huge. I think the future of teaching is going to be nothing but better, because with data science and artificial intelligence coming along, I think that the tools that this is going to provide for teachers, primarily in their role as facilitators of learning, probably more than dispensers of knowledge, which is how we started out with teachers 100 years ago. So I think that the future is very, very bright for teachers because of data science and what's coming along with artificial intelligence.
And are there one or two applications that you have in mind for this data science? And I know it's early days, you are figuring out this vision, but are there one or two early applications you have in mind?
I didn't get all of your question, Ramya, but I think
I'm sorry, I think you're having a network.
As far as educators are concerned, feels new, and it is to most of us. But the possibilities for what it can enable us to learn about how people are learning, with or without.
Yeah, I think Emily is still having some network issues, and we are glad we could at least get a couple of sound bites from her.
And I think that the data science work that we want to do starting in September, actually, is to really mine deep science in terms of finding out what is really
Yeah, I think Emily is having some network issues, and Emily, we are not able to hear you too well. But probably the only request I would have for you is if you want to go to the Q&A section of the meet and maybe enter your couple of comments there, we'll be very glad to share them with the broader audience. But let me thank both our both Wendy and Emily for representing two significant global initiatives. One, preparing young professionals and preparing them for teaching, for leadership, for the education sector and beyond as a movement, and the other using data science to support teacher professional development. So thank you both of you for joining us today. Through this meet, we are going to see a few more such initiatives that are supporting teachers. But for now, back to Shruti and back to the awards, which are coming up.
Thank you, Ramya, Emily, and Wendy. It is so inspiring to see and hear you both talk and your initiatives. And personally, being a Teach for India fellow myself, I'm quite starstruck, to be honest. Coming back to the awards and the recognitions to teachers, like I said, we're going to be announcing the International Teaching Professionals Olympiad Awards and also a lot of other teacher recognitions that are going to happen today. For the first set of awards, I invite Mangal Pandey, co-founder and CEO at Key Education Foundation, Elizabeth Samuel, senior manager at Firki, and Shivani Kapoor, founder, and Sanjeeva Shivesh, co-founder of Think Startup, to announce the first set of CENTA International TPO Awards. Welcome, Elizabeth. Welcome, Mangal. Welcome, Mr. Sanjeeva.
Hi. Thanks, Shruti. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Mangal, I think you can go first with the awards that you're announcing.
Thank you, Shruti and Ramya, for this opportunity. Hello, everyone. Very excited to see a huge bunch of teachers and experts on this platform. My name is Mangal, and I'm the co-founder of Key Education Foundation, which is an org focused to improve learning outcomes of children in the early years. We work with children in the 3 to 6 years age group. We have been continuing a partnership with CENTA TPO because we firmly believe in the mission of recognizing teachers, especially the teachers who work in the early childhood education field. This year at Key Education Foundation, we want to award those top 5 toppers in the early childhood education track of the CENTA International TPO with EC early childhood education kits, materials that they can take back into the classroom and improve their learning outcomes that they are focused on. We also including in that kit 5 bonus items that we have tried and tested at KEF over the last 5 to 6 years and have proven to really engage children in learning via play. So I won't take much time, but quickly announcing the top performers in the primary school subject track in the CENTA International TPO. Shruti, can I go ahead?
Just give me a minute, Mangal. I think there is some disturbance from your end. So can you maybe you should just directly talk into your mic? That might help. And yeah, you can announce. You can see it on the slide as well. Yeah.
Sure, wonderful. Thank you. So yeah, let me announce the winner. The first one is Aditya Andres Swaminath from Empathy School in Bali, Indonesia. A huge round of applause and likes and digital applause for him. And next we have Abhishek Podar from the Department of Education, Delhi, under the Primary School Environment Science track. Again, a huge round of applause for Abhishek. And next we have Anshu Deshwal from Shiv Nadar School, Noida, under the primary school math and EVS. Thank you everyone for the thank you winners for the wonderful work that you do and demonstrating excellence in your classroom and showing it to the world that yes, every teacher can perform and focus on the learning outcomes of children and shape a bright future for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mangal. I'd now request Elizabeth to announce the next set of awards.
Thank you, Shruti. Hi, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Samuel. I work with FIRKI as a senior manager where I lead programs. So we have an app and website for teacher training, and we work with different set of teachers and educators like pre-service teachers, in-service teachers, and school leaders. I'm very, very excited to be here and to be around lots of teachers. I myself was a Teach for India fellow. At FIRKI, we strongly align with the goal of CENTA International TPO to recognize the best performing educators globally. To that end, every subject topper in the CENTA International TPO will be featured in the FIRKI newsletter and definitely will be felicitated on the FIRKI social media. Congratulations to all the winners. I'm very, very excited. And specifically, I'm very proud to announce the following subject toppers for CENTA International TPO. The subject specifically allocated for me is math, and that's my actually favorite subject from school. And my mother was also a math teacher, so I'm very, very happy that this was given to me. To start with, Shruti, shall I announce?
Yeah, you can go for it. You can go for it, Elizabeth.
Perfect. Great. So for the primary school math, we have Anuradha from the Sriram Universal School, Hyderabad. For middle school math, we have Isha Jain from BK Birla Public School, Kalyan. For secondary school math, we have Shivam Tripathi from the Department of Education, Delhi. And for senior secondary math, we have Abhishek Kumar from Narayana's The Learning App, Bengaluru. Okay, hearty congratulations to everyone. I'm very, very proud of all of you. I'm sure you've put in a lot of hard work. Really, really, really happy that you guys have got this. Thank you, Shruti.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for announcing the winners. I hope all of you got to see, whoever the winners are, you got to see yourself on the slide. I now request Mr. Sanjeeva, to announce the next set of winners. I think you're on mute, Mr. Sanjeeva.
Right. Hope audible. So, Shruti, thanks very much for this. I'm really delighted for the kind of work CENTA has been doing, and this whole thing, the initiative CENTA International TPO, is so exciting, right? I have donned multiple hats, but for the last 10 years, amongst many things that I do, I make sure that I teach every day. So teaching comes part and parcel of my life, and there are three things that I'm going to be talking about. First is I run Think Startup along with my friend Shivani, and Think Startup is into entrepreneurship and innovation education, so call it 21st century skills, and the entire gamut of 21st century skills. Entrepreneurship, in our own belief, becomes the center of that. Now, why it is important is the synergy between CENTA and Think Startup in terms of our core belief. We believe in the value of innovative teachers and courageous teachers. So, to all the teachers, courageous teaching is not easy. You have to break out from the routine, break out from the normal, and then say, I'm going to try out new things. And that's why this CENTA TPO is exciting stuff. Now, my point number 2 is, why are we here, right? So Think Startup and CENTA, we sync up. But more importantly, for all the subject track winners, there's a good news from Think Startup. We're going to run a dedicated training program for you, and that program is on entrepreneurship as a gateway to teaching 21st century skills. Now, teachers, this is very important. We are living in 21st century. It is not the 20th century maths. It is not the old way of teaching. Everything comes from everywhere, and we really need to be adept at the integrative learning methods. So that's something that we are offering to all the winners here. And finally, I come to my third point. Who are those three teachers, right? So we have. I have three names, and these three names are in the domain of commerce, business studies, which align more with entrepreneurship. I believe every subject aligned with entrepreneurship. But as for now, we have three great teachers, and I request everyone to give a round of applause. I want everyone to applaud Suraj Subhash Yadav from Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad, Senior Secondary Commerce Business Studies category. So Suraj Subhash Yadav, applause from my side. I want everyone to applaud Sumit Mandhwani from Prometheus School, Noida, again for a topic which is very close to my heart. We had KV Subramaniam right now, Chief Economic Advisor. So Sumit Mandhwani, you have a great icon to follow. And finally, I have the third name, which is in accounts, Gaurav Garg from Genesis School, Noida. A round of applause to all the three teachers. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Sanjeeva, for announcing the winners and for all your kind words. I now invite Mr. Sumanta Datta, Managing Director at Oxford University Press, to announce the next set of awards in the English tracks. Over to you, Sumanta.
Thank you, Shruti, and good evening to all the co-participants, and more importantly, to our wonderful teachers who have joined here today. It's indeed an honor for us to be part of this ceremony, and as it is about our long-standing partnership with CENTA International TPO. And somewhere we all joined together as OUP, Oxford University Press. We are part of the university, and our mission is to continuously advance knowledge and learning, and that will not be possible without the wonderful teachers that we have here today with us. This year, we are obviously very, very glad to award Oxford Teacher Training Modules, or OTT training modules, to the top 10 winners in the English track across various grades. In addition, the top 2 winners will also receive access to the moderated online OTA programs, and this is specially curated program for globally. It's been done for only 35 teachers. And without further ado, I'd like to announce the top performers in the following English tracks for CENTA International TPO. And in this primary school English, congratulations to Anne from Voyage Educare Foundation, Mumbai. Well done, Anne, and keep up the great work. Well done again. And it's tough teaching primary school students, but you guys, you obviously have really stood out for us across all the teachers that participated. Middle school English, Payal Gupta from Delhi Public School, Ghaziabad. Again, congratulations, well done. And I'm sure, somewhere my elder son went to DPS, not Ghaziabad, but one of the DPSs, so he'll feel very proud that his teacher from his alumni is getting the award today. And finally, for secondary and senior secondary school English, Nandini Shah. So well done to each one of you. And in our eyes, and on behalf of CENTA and of OUP, not just 3 of you all, but all of you all are winners today and every day for all the lovely work that you do with our children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samantha. So rightly put. Everybody's a winner. I mean, you're a teacher, you're automatically a winner. Congratulations to all the winners. I'm delighted to share that each subject topper of the CENTA International TPO will be receiving rupees 15,000 from Reliance Foundation, and ranks 2 and 3 of every subject will get rupees 5,000 each. Like I said, apart from the CENTA TPO awards, we are also recognizing several other teachers. I now invite Ramya to announce our learning champions, and she'll also share what they really mean. Over to you, Ramya.
I'm back here. And before I announce the learning champions, I want to again ask our audience to mention on chat the answer to one question, which is, as a teacher, what do you try to learn on a day-to-day basis? And I'm sure there'll be a wide range of answers. Please contribute to the discussion on the chat. What do you try to learn on a day-to-day basis? This year, we found that there are millions and millions of learning engagements on the MyCENTA platform. And we wanted to recognize a few teachers who are investing behind their own learning in terms of spending time in things that they learn on their own, in workshops, and so on. So I'm going to recognize 8 learning champions who have come out of a lot of data. And I'm requesting my colleague to put them up on the screen. We have Eric Leo from Ghana. We have Anukriti Kabra from India. Seema Ghosh Dastidar from Oman. Kiangwi Isaya from Kenya. Shrishti Shakya from Nepal. Nivedita Yadav from India. Guya Belarmino from Philippines, and Amira Mobin from Saudi Arabia. Big congratulations to all of you. I think you can see 4 of them on the slide right now, and the other 4 coming up soon after. Big congratulations to all 8 of you, the learning champions. And with that, I'm going to invite 2 people for a very special session. I also want to mention that we are running about 25 minutes behind time. I do see speakers of following sessions with us already. I want to mention that we are running about 25 minutes behind time right now. I want to invite Dr. Carlos Vargas from UNESCO, the head of UNESCO's International Teacher Task Force, to join us here today. And I'm also welcoming my colleague Karthik Menon, who heads the MyCENTA platform, to be part of this conversation. So let me start by introducing Karthik. This is a more personal introduction than a professional one. Karthik has been part of this journey of CENTA with me and other colleagues for more than 8 years now. He's a Young India Fellow from Ashoka University and has built this community and this platform of teachers that you see here today. So I see a lot of people since the beginning of this meet appreciating the platform. Here is the man behind it. We call him Mr. CENTA fondly. This is the man behind it who has built this platform, and he'll be sharing more about it in a little while. But before that, let me introduce Dr. Carlos Vargas, and Karthik would request you to be on mute while I introduce Dr. Carlos Vargas. Dr. Carlos is a sociologist of education who specializes on global education policy. His research and publications focus on the relationship between education, human rights, and well-being. At present, he leads the section of teacher development at UNESCO's headquarters in Paris, and he is the head of the International Teacher Task Force of UNESCO, which in particular is a unique partnership created in 2008 to advocate for teachers and for the teaching profession around the world. So when we thought of this global teachers meet, I think Dr. Carlos is one person we have been really keen to have here, because he represents everything that this meet stands for, which is bringing the teaching profession together, advocating for the teaching profession, and advocating for teachers. So Dr. Carlos, wonderful to have you here with us. And I would request you to share a few thoughts from the International Teacher Task Force on how you see the role of global community, the role of collaboration, connection in teacher professional development.
Thank you very much, Ramya, for this introduction and for this invitation. Very happy to join you for this Global Teachers Meet that CENTA organizes. Maybe just to share with you a couple of insights from recent highlight events that have pretty much addressed the issue of the transformation of education and the role that teachers actually play in that process. You might be familiar with the Transforming Education Summit, which was organized by the United Nations Secretary General and UNESCO last year. The focus of the summit had to do with how we can transform education, first of all, to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal 4, as you know, is the provision of quality, equitable education and lifelong learning opportunities for all. So basically accelerating pace. We have only till 2030 to achieve those commitments. And secondly, to address some of the changes and some of the challenges that we see in society, in the environment, and more broadly for education. So out of the Transforming Education Summit last year, which convened some 190 countries together in Paris and in New York, making calls for transforming education by means of addressing education in crisis situations, the learning crisis, sustainability and the greening of education, public digital learning for all, gender equality. So there were a number of issues that were recollected as important. And one of them, of course, had to do with the role of teachers. All of this transformation in education cannot happen if it is not with the concourse of teachers. So basically, the summit concluded and actually created a high-level panel on the teaching profession that we are working together at UNESCO with the ILO, and which will provide recommendations on how to reimagine teaching. But we have some clues from what we learned during the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of the role that teachers have in innovation and how they can actually change and transform education. That's something we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic, if you might remember. But we also draw from some thinking about reimagining the futures of education. You might remember a seminal publication that UNESCO produced in 2021, which was for a new social contract of education, and one in which teachers were paramount and were central. So one of the main tenets of this publication that you can find online, Reimagining Our Futures Together, a new social contract for education, is that teaching should be recasted as a collaborative profession. And this speaks to your question of collaboration and of community. But there are a number of challenges for making this possible. Even though teaching is relational, even though teaching is a collective process, and we all who dedicate ourselves to teaching know, it has implications beyond teacher practice, and it goes into teacher policy. So thinking of teaching as a collaborative profession means, for example, how we do teacher policies, who participates in the decision making in education. And our call is clear. It is actually that teachers should participate in educational decision making by means of social dialogue, teacher organizations, teachers in their individual roles, but also that this collaborative nature of teaching should be at the center of the transformation of teacher education and professional development, so that it transits from, on the one hand, seeing teaching and CPD as course-based, vertical, to having actually lifelong opportunities. continuous professional development, which is available and which is actually based on the knowledge that teachers produce in the classroom that can be exchanged, by means of communities of practice, by means of peer-to-peer learning, collaboration, etc. So we do see a transformation also in teacher education and professional development. There has to be a transformation as well in terms of the working conditions of teachers. We know that this is one of the most important, we have heard it today repeatedly, one of the most important careers upon which many other careers depend, and the role that teachers have and the importance that we confer to them is not really coherent with the working conditions, with the contractual and remuneration that they have. So on the one hand, there's a material condition of teaching that needs to be secured, but there's also a symbolic condition in terms of the status, in terms of the trust that we have in teachers so that they can actually do what they're mandated to do, which is change education from the classroom onward. However, we do see that in education, there are certain accountability regimes that have been put together by means of standardization, by means of, for example, inspection systems, and a series of structured pedagogies, a series of technologies that, far from supporting teachers in this role, they actually curtail their innovation, their creativity to actually influence. So that is something that we need to do. We need to work towards the recognition of the work of teachers as knowledge producers, as policy partners, as reflective practitioners. So just to say, at UNESCO and the TTF, we are working on this process by means of research, advocacy, policy learning, convening different stakeholders to share their knowledge, to share their insights as to how we transform education better. In terms of knowledge production, I invite you to visit the knowledge platform of the International Task Force on Teachers for Education 2030, the TTF, where you will find a plethora of publications in terms of policy, great documents, a teacher resource center. And as part of our knowledge production, just to announce and to let you know, we're producing the first global report on teachers that will be published at the end of the year, and which will address the shortage of teachers. We know it's a global phenomenon. There are more teachers that need to be actually recruited and professionalized to reach SDG 4. And we're looking at how different countries and different individuals like the ones that are here today have worked towards that. We're trying to systematize those practices. We're trying to show how countries have gone about making the profession more attractive. And communities like this are important in terms of instilling a sense of belonging to a professional body, around meeting around a core knowledge and know-how that is shared, improving teaching altogether. But also the strategies that countries, for example, have for teacher retention and motivation. We know that teachers sometimes leave the profession early stages of their careers when they are, novice teachers in the first 5 years, and that has to do with the conditions that we talked about before, the symbolic, the material. So that's something that we want to see. How do we encourage teachers to stay, to professionalize themselves, and to actually be part of the transformation of education? So I invite you to stay tuned, and we look forward to presenting also within this fora the findings of the global report we will be producing towards the end of the year.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Carlos, for those thoughts and for giving us a bit of a sneak preview into the upcoming global report. And as you said, this whole point about teacher shortage and global mobility for teachers. So teacher shortage is a problem. Global mobility is an opportunity around that problem. And that is something that we see very closely as a community, and not only as a community, but as a certification body, because CENTA is primarily a teacher certification body, and therefore the skills being applicable across geographies and enabling global mobility of teachers is something that we see very, very closely. So thank you for those thoughts. And let me ask Karthik a question before we close this part of the discussion, which is, Karthik, you have been building this community, and as I see it, Dr. Carlos is bringing this global view of how communities of practice need to come together in teaching, and in a very ground up manner, you've been building this community for a while now. What are some principles that you have tried to instill in building the CENTA platform?
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction, and for also the question, Ramya. Thank you so much, Dr. Carlos, for joining us today. Absolute privilege to have you. And before I start, I should also say it's an honor to have so many. I think to be in the middle of thousands of pioneering teachers on this evening when we are celebrating and rewarding and recognizing teaching excellence. So it's a fantastic feeling. To your question, Ramya, the CENTA app story, as I call it, it's one of my favorite stories to tell, and I can go on and on and on about how we made it possible, the thousands of hours of brainstorming, the hundreds of discussions with teachers from all across the globe, the challenges, the highs and lows. But given that we have limited time, I'll just keep it rather short. Now, I think it was back in 2019, early 2019, if I remember correctly, that we took the first concrete steps towards, the CENTA platform or the CENTA app. And there are a million teachers right now on the CENTA app, but at that time the community was relatively smaller, and most of the teachers who were a part of our community had taken up CENTA's assessments. So the general feedback that we were receiving at that point was, we've taken your assessments, we absolutely love it. This has helped us understand, how we're doing, what are the areas or what are the gaps that we want to be, bridging. But how do we go about it? And at that time we thought, okay, it's a very pertinent question. And so the answer we zeroed in on was micro learning resources. So micro learning resources which are linked to specific competencies, which are the competencies which are most important in the classroom. So that's what we zeroed in on as an answer. And of course these micro learning resources are very closely structured around CENTA standards, which is our globally benchmarked and widely accepted framework of teaching competencies. And I should say, just took off from there. Our teachers loved the resources that we were sharing with them, and it's continued. And I don't know how many of you know this, but in the last 1 year, there were close to 3.5 million learning engagements on the CENTA platform. And I find that truly remarkable. And, that's been only possible because all of you who are in the session today are keen to learn, grow every day, and make your classroom better, make it better for your students. So thank you so much for that. So that was the first building block, I would say. Now, as teachers were learning and upskilling themselves on the CENTA platform, there was also, in parallel, a strong linkage that was arising, which was, linkage to teacher certification and micro-credentialing. So teachers who were upskilling needed to, find a way to showcase their competencies and share it with their colleagues, friends, families, and most importantly, with the school authorities and prospective employers. So we had this next element of, certifications and micro-credentials that we introduced into the platform. And what has also happened is, in the last couple of years, we've added a layer of blockchain on top of this to ensure that the credentials that people are getting are safe, secure, are easily verifiable, So that's something that we've done in the last couple of years. And as you know, and after this, career opportunities came in quite naturally. More and more schools started giving weightage to credentials that teachers had, or teachers who were CENTA certified. And bringing career opportunities to teachers became the third pillar, I would say, of the CENTA platform. And I think I mentioned that we have close to 1 million teachers on the platform right now, and with this sheer volume, it becomes extremely important to give teachers a space to communicate with each other and collaborate, as you're seeing in the chat right now. And that's one of the next features that we added into the platform. So today is quite a remarkable day because, we have the Global Teachers Meet, but as a part of the Global Teachers Meet, what we are also going to be doing is we are taking the next step in our journey. We have gone native, which means that the CENTA app is available for download on both the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store. So in case you are using an Android phone, you can go to the Google Play Store, search for CENTA, and you'll see the CENTA app. If you're using an Apple iPhone or any other Apple device, you can go to the App Store and you'll be able to find the CENTA app there. And what we're also going to be doing is, towards the end of the session, we'll also share the links to these apps with you so that you can go ahead and start exploring these apps. But I would say this is just the beginning. And over the course of the next few months, every couple of weeks, you are going to be seeing a new feature being added to the app. So just watch out that space.
I think before we get Karthik all excited about the platform, I want to bring the discussion back to the point on collaboration and communities of practice that both Carlos and Karthik have talked about from different angles. And to the teachers in the audience, my question for you again, what are some examples of collaboration in your school? Please do answer on the chat. And as I said, there is an announcement right at the end of this meet on what we are going to be doing with all these things from the chat, what we are going to be doing with all the videos we have received over the last several weeks from all of you. So please do give us examples of collaboration from your own school, your own geography, examples of collaboration, examples of communities of practice. With that, thank you very much, Dr. Carlos, for joining us here today. A real pleasure to have you with us. I think you truly represent a global community, and you'll be glad to see that there are about 48 countries which one can see on the chat. We counted roughly, or rather James Tooley, the Vice Chancellor of University of Buckingham, helped us count. So there are roughly around 48 countries we have counted. There are probably more that we are missing. And very glad to have someone like you who truly represents the global profession here with us in this community. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
And appreciate the time. Thank you. And with that, let me now hand over to Karthik to quickly take us forward for a couple of instructions related to the new CENTA platform that has been launched before we get into our next section.
Sure, Ramya. I think I did enough of talking in the last, in my last answer. So it's time for, some bit of doing. As I said, we've gone native. The new CENTA app, the brand new CENTA app, is available for download for everyone all across the world on both the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. And depending on the kind of device that you're using, you can go ahead, search for the app, and you'll be able to use it. And what will also happen, as I said, is towards the close of the session, the team will put up a couple of links for you to access the apps. So before you start, I think you're seeing my screen. You're seeing the homepage. But before you start, you'll get a couple of screens which will give you, an overview of what you can expect in the app. Then, of course, you'll have a sign up screen. And for those of you who are already a part of the CENTA community, which means you've been associated with us, you've registered for our webinars, masterclasses, self-paced courses, you can use the sign in option. In case you're joining us new, please go ahead and use the sign up button and you'll be able to access the app. And what we've also done is to make your sign in process simpler. We've enabled an OTP based mechanism, which, you can use to sign into the app quickly. Now, what you'll see, or what you're seeing right now, is basically the home screen of the new CENTA app. And this is basically the place where there's a lot of action that's happening. You will be seeing a brand new trending searches section, which will help you see what your peers, your friends, your colleagues, or or teachers from across the world, what are they searching for. That's going to appear in the trending section. What are they interested in? You'll see a recommendation section for you based on your interests, your profiles, the competencies that you'd want to build. We'll recommend a few resources which you can access here. And of course, the recommendations will become better the more you use the app. So the more you use the app, the better recommendations we'll be able to provide you. Then, of course, there's an option where you can pick up from where you left. So, in case you feel that, okay, I'm not able to complete this, I'll just get back to it in a few, sometime from now. You can readily come back to the home screen of the CENTA app and see how much percentage of the course or masterclass or whatever it was that you completed, and you can just pick up from there. And yeah, of course, and how can I forget the ever popular question of the day? So, you can ask, you can see what the question of the day is, respond, see if you got it right, see if your friends got it right, and you'll also get my center points for answering the question of the day right. So that's the home screen. And the next is the certification section, which is your gateway to CENTA certification, becoming a CENTA certified teacher, and enjoying all the perks that come with it. And the next is the learning section. The learning section is the place where we've curated all resources. And I was talking about micro resources in my earlier response. There are micro resources, there are live trainings, there are self-paced courses, there are expert-led masterclasses, all of them available at a single place. And what's interesting is, now you can bookmark a resource and come back to it later. You can read it up immediately inside the app. You can if you like the resource, you can comment on it and you can review it, so that your friends or colleagues or other users of the app who are new to the app will see, okay, this is a fantastic resource. 1,000 teachers are giving it a 5-star, so let me just go ahead and use it. So read it. So that's something that I would encourage all of you to do. And also what's interesting is you can search for competencies or things that you would want to read upon, and you will find resources. For example, if I'm someone who's looking for assessments, I will start typing assessments, and all the content that's linked to assessments is going to come up. I can read it up, I can mark it for review, I can I can come back to it later. So all of that is possible now. And those of you who've been using my center for a long time would recognize that these are a set of fantastic features that they're bringing to you now. So that on the learning section. And then, of course, there is the career section, which has jobs and opportunities. So if you're someone who wants to earn some supplemental income, or you're looking at a career switch, you can use this section. This is where you need to be. You can apply for jobs. You can track the jobs that you've applied for. All of that is available. You can filter for jobs, filter by subjects, filter by location. You'll be able to arrive at the job that you would want to be in. The last is the My Profile section. And, put up your picture, make it your own, put in your contact details, put in your educational details, put in your work experience. All of that is possible here. And in fact, I think one of the questions which I've always heard is, why should I be updating my profile section? I think I've got 2 pointers to that. One is, it helps us make the app better for you, more personalized content, better recommendations. And second, a lot of you, may be on the lookout for opportunities, supplemental full-time. It helps us to, in a more rapid manner, connect you or recommend to you those opportunities, which, if you filled in your profile section, makes the whole process all the more easier. And those of you who've been using my center for long, you will see that today evening when you download the app, you might not find your learning records from the past. So don't worry, we are pushing that data in, and soon you'll be able to find your older learning records in here as well. But yeah, the profile section is where you can track all of your activities on the app and manage your account, among other things. I'm not going to take a lot of time. We are running a bit late, but what I'll recommend, or what I'll strongly suggest, is please go ahead and download the app, start using it. I'm sure you'll have some feedback for me. So please go ahead and send us your feedback, how you're liking the app, what are the other set of features that you'd want. Send it to us at team@centa.org, and we'll ensure that when when we are creating or making the app or putting in new features, we'll definitely ensure that your voice gets heard. And as I said, we have tons of exciting features on the way. This is just the start, and from a few, we will have new features coming every couple of weeks. In fact, there's one which will allow you to track your professional development as in an as granular as a manner as you track your speech and your work. So that's just a start. So yeah, I think I'll close. I'll stop sharing my screen now, and I'll hand it back to Ramya.
Thank you, Karthik. And I think, as all of you can see, this is a labor of love. This is something that's been built with the deepest passion for the community of teachers around the world. And Karthik represents all of that passion, as much as possible. I will mention again that we are running about 25 minutes late. We haven't been able to catch up, though we've been sort of trying. And I'm going to invite the speakers of our next section on stage. As I mentioned earlier in the meet, today we are trying to showcase to teachers who are here a series of initiatives from across the globe which support teachers. And in this section, we will go a bit deeper into initiatives across India. A lot of our audience today is also from India. We'll go deeper into initiatives across India. I'm going to start with introducing Seema Bansal, who represents a global firm, Boston Consulting Group. She's a senior partner from Boston Consulting Group, and in particular has been building the firm's education practice in India and beyond. And though, Seema, you have been working in many, many different geographies, today we are going to focus a bit more on some of the in-depth work you are doing with several states across India, whether it is Haryana, Rajasthan, Jharkhand, and so on. Seema has been widely recognized for her work, and one of my favorite things is that she has also done a fantastic TED Talk about her work. And if you haven't heard that talk, as an enthusiast in education, please do make sure you hear it. Let me quickly introduce the other speakers in this session and then start the conversation. So we have Shailendra Sharma, who is Education Advisor to Government of Delhi. Shailendra as he's fondly called by many people who work with him, has been working in education for several years now. And what is very interesting about him is that he brings the interface of the pedagogical aspect and the regulatory framework around education, and how can one drive change within an existing regulatory framework. Shailendra has several years of experience in the non-profit sector before working closely with the government of Delhi for the last several years. Let me bring on board Dr. Ashok Pandey. Dr. Ashok Pandey has been a school leader for multiple decades and a teacher before that. As I said earlier in the meet, I'm going to ask the audience to give a special round of applause to everyone who's been a teacher at some point in their career. Dr. Ashok Pandey has been a teacher and a school leader for several decades. He's widely known for some of his publications on school leadership, which are read by school leaders across India, beyond India. He now represents the Global GEMS group in India and has been instrumental in developing many generations of teachers as well as school leaders. And finally, into this conversation, I want to welcome Krish, who is the CEO, Krish Keval Ramani, who's the CEO of Loop Learning, backed by Podar Group. And Krish represents the EdTech landscape, which supports teachers in many ways in their classroom. So let me start with asking Seema, and I know given that we are running late, I know all of you have back-end constraints and you have made time to join us. Apologies for the delay. Let me start by asking Seema. Seema, from all your in-depth work in government system transformation in particular, what are some roles that you see for teachers in implementing this kind of transformation? And of course, one part of that is inside their own classroom. But my question to you is beyond that, beyond the classroom, what is the role that you see for teachers as leaders in such transformations?
Of course. No, firstly, thank you, Ramya. Thank you for inviting me. And I think to everyone here, everyone should know Ramya is my senior from business school, and I had made a call to her saying, should I join education? Then I decided to move from the corporate world to education. So Ramya gets a lot of credit for where I am and who I am today. And it's lovely to see what CENTA has built and lovely to be here. No, good question, Ramya. I think, look, the way I think about it is that everyone who's not a teacher is just an enabler, to anything which is actually happening in education reforms. At the end of the day, even, when we work with state governments, large systems, and think about, what needs to happen to improve learning, to improve the quality of education, at the end of the day, we're talking about that point, that interface between the student and the teacher. And there is no one better to inform us about how that interface needs to change than the teacher themselves. Oftentimes, what we worry about is, we're sitting outside of the schools, outside of systems, and potentially pushing something on to the teachers that just doesn't even make sense. So I think that onus and that responsibility obviously lies on us, but the most critical role of a teacher in thinking about large-scale government system reforms is to actually inform the change makers or to inform the decision makers about what really is the challenge and what really is the solution. So I think that's the first one, right? I think the second is oftentimes when, we're thinking of designing anything, right? Whether it's designing trainings, designing content, designing curriculum, designing assessments. Again, I think it's definitely people from within the system who actually have to be a part of it. So of course, one can get experts from all over the world, but it's the system which actually understands, the teachers in the system who actually understand what needs to happen. And I think that's the second role. And I think thirdly, teachers, especially the teachers who are on this group here today, who are best of the best, who care about learning, who want to go beyond, end up playing the role of exemplars, of mentors, as they do in Delhi, and Sharendraji, I'm sure we'll talk about that. But really being the front runners, the harbingers of what change can be. So I think, look, honestly, at the end of the day, I genuinely believe teachers and school leaders are at the heart of every transformation, and any system reform effort cannot, even imagine starting without that teacher input and teacher connect.
Thank you so much, Seema. And to our audience, I'm going to request you for comments on chat. And though, as I said, this particular section is going a bit deeper into India, a lot of it is applicable across countries, and particularly across emerging markets of Asia and Africa, from which majority of our audience is today. So I'd love for all of you in the chat to also share your inputs for policymakers in your own countries, in your own states, on where on what kinds of reforms you believe policymakers should be looking at. So thank you for that comment. And Seema, I'm going to also take a short digression from the discussion, because I do know that you have an absolute hard stop. And there is one more reason I'm going to take the digression before asking for Shailendraji's comment, which is, and I want you to announce a particular winner. And this is the winner of the award from Reliance Foundation for the government teacher with the highest rank in CENTA TPO. So can I request you to announce the name, and we'll then move to...
No, so firstly, thank you for making this digression, and absolute pleasure. I mean, highest rank amongst all government teachers in CENTA TPO is a very big thing. It's a very big achievement. It's my pleasure to announce this. The award goes to Miss Anjali from Sarvodaya Vidyalaya, Sector 7, Rohini, New Delhi. So, heartiest congratulations to Anjali. Big clapping. Amazing job. Pleasure to announce this award.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Seema, for announcing that. And Shailendraji, I think you would have guessed why we took that digression. So you are part of the system that Ms. Anjali is part of, and you are here today with us. I'd love to hear from you. What are a couple of things that you are doing towards teacher development, and any learnings that people from across countries can take away from that?
Thanks, Ramya, for asking me this question. But I think the better person to ask this question to would be Anjali herself. She would be able to tell you what she would be able to better answer this question. And if she has been in the government school system for more than, say, 10 years, she would also be able to make a distinction between, say, last 8 years and before that. But to come to the point that you raised, I think before I answer this question, I would also like to briefly touch upon the issue with respect to teachers, because I was hearing the previous session where Carlos was talking about insufficient number of teachers. So I think when I became part of this system about 7 years ago, and the new government had just had come to power in Delhi, there were two things which were very apparent. One was the insufficient number of teachers, and the second was inadequacy of the training of the teachers. So both before becoming a teacher, what kind of training the teacher has received, and also once she became teacher, what kind of support system in terms of regular in-service training. So we had numbers which was not adequate, and then the quality also, which was a big question mark. And if I were to describe it in one phrase, how the system looked at a teacher was largely like a delivery agent of curriculum. So that was one big issue that we saw, and that is why there was not enough attention given for the continuous professional development of teachers, because that will all require time and resources, and where are you going to find that? And this aspect we have tried to change in the last several years by taking several initiatives to encourage teachers to look at their role beyond the transactor of curriculum. For the self-learning, for the self-enrichment, what kind of opportunities that can be created. Now, CENTA TPA is one latest addition to this whole effort. But prior to that, we've also gone very seriously in encouraging teachers to say apply for Fulbright fellowship. And in last 8 years, we found 19 of them actually getting that, going out to the US, learning new things, and it sends out a big message to the teacher community that hey, we can also go out, learn new things, come back with renewed energy. We have created a platform for teachers, what we call mentor teachers, where some exciting, forward-looking teachers coming forward to become a change agent. In each schools, we have this concept of teacher development coordinator, and all these roles and initiative requires teachers to continuously learn new things, and system here is basically to facilitate that process. One last piece which I'll share with you before I let you move to the next segment was that till few years back, uh, teachers had to take like a approval to apply for say any this Fulbright things. We and they had to get a separate approval to be treated on duty when they go for that fellowship. We did away that. We would give blanket approval that anybody who applies, you don't have to take prior permission of the department, because that saves a lot of hassles. And once you get selected, you are treated on job when you go for such. So as a result, it encourages many teachers to take up new opportunities, and that opens a door for them. And when they go out to learn, and we see that when they come back to school, they are very different teachers, and that rubs off to the other teachers also. So I think have succeeded to a fair extent in creating that ecosystem for the teachers, where they constantly support each other, look for new opportunities to learn.
So much. Thank you so much for those thoughts, Shailendraji. And, as you rightly said, I have messaged on chat, Miss Anjali, if you're there, please do add your comments on what are some aspects of teacher professional development that you find interesting. And and I do realize that both Seema and Shailendraji, you had back-end constraints. We have been running late, and we are keeping this conversation right now a bit more flexible because of the delay that we've had. And as we move to Dr. Ashok Pandey, I will let you listen in or leave as you need to. And let me move to Dr. Ashok Pandey.
I can't leave without listening to Ashok Pandey. He has been my guide and inspiration.
Thank you. Thank you, Shailendraji. You always have your way of winning hearts and humbling people.
Absolutely, and Shailendraji, you're not alone in considering Dr. Ashok Pandey a guide and inspiration. I want to say that CENTA considers him a guide and inspiration, and in fact, when I invited him for this session today, I had told him that. Unlike all our earlier sessions where we keep asking you something or the other, this time we will simply thank you in this Global Teachers Meet for being one of the pioneering school leaders who has enabled this community to come together. But Dr. Ashok Pandey, I think we cannot resist asking you a question invariably. And let me just ask you one quick question, which is, as a school leader, particularly in the private school ecosystem, what are some ways in which you motivate teachers? And we heard a few from Shailendraji. We are going to hear some more from Ms. Usha Kakarla from Government of Tamil Nadu, who is also with us. But as a private school leader, what are some ways in which you motivate teachers?
Yeah, thank you, Ramya. Just confirm to me that I'm audible and I'm visible.
Yes, both.
Because
both.
Okay, both.
Visible,
Thank you.
audible,
Thank
and
you.
clear.
Thank you, Ramya, for inviting me. You have always been very kind, though I consider myself a great gate crasher to CENTA. That is what I have been doing for almost a decade now. It was great listening to Ms. Bansal and, of course, Shailendraji. I think any system, including what Shailendraji has done, which is thoughtful, which is empathy-filled, which is innovative, and which is providing a supportive environment to embrace the teachers and celebrate their growth and achievement, I think the competency-based growth will automatically come to them. And that is what the Delhi government has done. This is what other systems may also have done. And I also have my own humble experience of having achieved it. Earlier, Dr. Carlos for UNESCO, said that teachers must be acknowledged, for their being the knowledge provider, for their collaboration, for the kind of work they do. So I think the need for competency-based growth and its recognition among the teachers is it cannot be emphasized more. That is absolutely must, and that is why we always insisted that we have to celebrate the achievements of the teachers as much as, if not more, the achievement of these students. So that is the first and foremost thing. And what we need to do for that is three or four things. Of course, we have to communicate the expectations with a lot of transparency and accountability to the teachers. That is number one. Imaginative career growth plan, which should be flexible, which should be based on a very fair evaluation. We should be individualized in one sense or the other. And which has to be a consistent, embedded policy of the institution. The Delhi government example is the best example of embedding it as a policy of the system. It has not been done in a very, very ad hoc, casual manner. And that is what we have also done. Like Shailendraji said, that I'm talking of only one school where I worked, the Alcon International School. In a very short span of a decade plus, we produce a full Bright Scholarship, National Award, State Award, a number of CBSE award, even more number of CENTA awards. The book writers, the paper publishers, the resource persons. I mean, all this could not have happened if there was not an enabling and supporting environment, where there was a little bit of hand holding was done and a little bit of encouragement was given. So what teachers need is the leadership has to bring in them the culture of learning. Unfortunately, for the reasons that Shailendraji mentioned, inadequacy of pre-service training and inadequacy of in-service training also, most of the teachers, they go off the track. As it is, the general feeling is that the days of my own learning end the day I become a teacher myself. I think that myth or that kind of some kind of a misconception needs to be broken. And I think all institutions and the leadership has to take it upon themselves to take the responsibility of converting these first day teachers into first rate teachers. So I think that should be the motto of the departments and the leaders and principals and people like Shailendraji, who is doing it so remarkably. Now, how this whole thing happens, you can say that a school will have only one principal or maybe at the most one vice principal. So where is the growth plan? And a similar question you perhaps asked to Ms. Bansal as well. I think we created a system where inbuilt mobility, opportunity for a primary teacher to go even up to PGT, to become a coordinator, to become a head of department, to bring in designations such as head of outreach program, head of sustainability program, head of environmental program. All these positions, they bring in leadership quality in them, accountability in them, and perhaps to showcase themselves as to how it happens. So in less than 15 years today, with a student population of 3,000 in our school, where there are 150 teachers, we have got 10 homegrown leaders, beginning from vice principal to the head of a section. So, I mean, this kind of individualized plan can be done. Mentorship, I mean, how do you take mentorship and coaching? How do you bring, what happens is, very shortly, I'll take 2 minutes more. I'm conscious of the time. The leadership has to bring in this career growth and recognition. It happens at 4 levels. Level number 1, it has to be the management's policy. It has to be leadership driven. The leadership's commitment is an absolute must, in my opinion. But then there are 2 more factors which are also equally overwhelming. And those 2 factors are that the teachers must also come forward and be prepared to invest in themselves. Otherwise, it will not happen. And the fourth is there are many opportunities for the teachers where this growth is available, which is almost cashless. And I call it opportunity driven mobility or growth plan, right? So that is something, these four elements coming together will enhance the social capital, the intellectual capital, the teaching learning culture on the institutions in a very, very big way. That is, I have seen, and I'm sure you are not provoking me enough to go on talking for a very long time. And before I sign off, let me thank you very much. I have not participated in a program where lakhs and lakhs of teachers are in the room right now, spread across 50 odd countries, even at the peak of COVID when everything was online. So hats off to you, your team, and congratulations. Ramya.
No, thank you, Dr. Pandey. And yes, we are also extremely encouraged by the fact that yes, we have a lack of teachers who are part of this event. Around 9,000 of them in this room, another 90,000 on social media. Very, very glad to have them here. And
thank you, Shalendraji, for staying back. That was an honor.
Lovely to hear you
and,
always.
Thank
yeah,
you.
And let me now welcome Ms. Usha Kakarla, Principal Secretary from Government of Tamil Nadu. And Usha, of course, you missed the earlier part of the discussion. You were having some trouble joining, but I'll just quickly ask you, as I asked Shailendraji, what are a couple of initiatives that you have been taking as the government to support teachers? And I just want to mention again that throughout this meet, we have 3 or 4 themes running. One of these themes is what are some initiatives that are supporting teachers around the globe. And this particular section has been dedicated to India and initiatives around India. So a couple of initiatives from your side before we move further.
Am I audible, Ramya?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Pleasure listening to Ashok Pandeyji, and I missed, of course, Shailendra's talk.
Thank you, ma'am.
In Tamil Nadu, I mean, just, I caught what, Mr. Pandey was saying. Our problem in Tamil Nadu is scale. So whenever we attempt anything, for teachers, or we plan something for their, development, it invariably we, face this challenge of scale. How do we, for example, design a well-crafted training program that can be transacted amongst 2 lakh teachers at the same time? We have close to 2 lakh teachers, and it's a humongous task. We have attempted various sorts of training programs for our teachers, but in the last 1 year, we, after learning a few lessons in 2022, which is post-COVID, what we've come down to is 2 verticals. One is an HM leadership program, a headmaster's leadership program, which Azim Premji is helping develop, and we are using in-house resources as well. So using the or identifying the school as a unit which the headmaster needs to own and adopt as his own, instead of just saying that I'm just the HM. He has to have a management approach. I'm the leader of this. What can I do to improve this school? So it's not just in terms of learning outcomes, but overall, what can I do? Can I reach out to the community to obtain CSR? Can I have some sort of benchmarks, maybe improve the pass percentage of my 10th board exams or my 12th board exams. So we've started this a program where we are tuning their thinking into, how can I work as a leader, not so much as a teacher, but as a leader. How do I improve, the skills of my students or my teachers? What do I do? So that is the kind of leadership training that we are giving to them. And it's a very management oriented kind of training. So at the end of which, we've had very, very good feedback. Headmasters have told us that, this kind of opening up of their minds has not happened. And they go back a small work plan that we review every 6 months. What are the small incremental changes that you've been able to make to your school? We review, we handhold. Of course, many things in government, have to come from the state. For example, physical infrastructure or filling up teacher vacancies. These things, the HM cannot control. It is something that the state has to, provide. However, within your limits, within your boundaries, how can you improve things? So this is something, what I call it is an opening of the minds of the HMs, and the feedback that we've got is extremely gratifying. So this is something we've completed for all high and higher secondary school headmasters, and it's not something like a one-off thing. We are doing it continuously, so they get a repeat of it, again this year. And now it's proved to be very good. Therefore, we're taking it down to our middle school headmasters as well. And the goal is to take it to primary schools, but then of course we have 37,000 schools, so there again scale becomes a challenge in Tamil Nadu. That is one. The second is, of course, what Mr. Pandey was referring to is competency based training. How do we identify the needs of each teacher, and what exactly do you need? Do you need training in parental engagement? Do you need training in how to transact club activities? Do you need subject specific training? Most of our postgraduate teachers who teach the 9th grade to 12th grade, they need perhaps a refresher course in physics, or some concepts of chemistry. So how do I identify the needs of a specific teacher? So this is what in the last 1 year we've been trying to do. We have these cluster resource meets, which is once a month that happens. And of course, mostly it is, we cannot get external resources in, on such a scale. So therefore we try and develop what we call dream teachers. We call them champions of change. We've given these various slides where we are identifying some teachers who are interested in, doing this training to all our other teachers, and they become the facilitators in each district. And, that's how it's done. Of course, we've come across various challenges. There's a question of hierarchy. There are teachers asking us, how can a person who's, junior to me, how can how can they,
Sorry, I think we had a small audio gap from Ms. Usha Kakarla's side. Usha, are you able to hear us? Okay, I think we had a small...
Yes.
Sorry, can you hear us
Yes.
now? Yeah. No, so thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing with us some of the path-breaking initiatives being done by the government of Tamil Nadu. And as you said, for any government system, whether in any part of the world, or in many parts of the world at least, the scale that you're dealing with is immense. And naturally, to support this scale, technology comes into the picture. And soon we will also hear from Krish Keval Ramani, who represents Loop Learning. Though as my colleague has been interacting with you, Krish, we have requested you for a little more time, given some of the delay that we are having in the session. But what you're going to say about technology relates very closely to everything that we heard about scale from Ms. Usha Kakarla. So thank you for so much for those thoughts, Ms. Usha, and really glad that you could join us even briefly. I know that many governments across India and even some of the other emerging markets are keen for teachers to get international exposure. And this is a theme that has come up repeatedly in a lot of our government conversations. So before we ask Krish for comments, we are again going to take what I call an awards related digression. And we have with us two amazing leaders, Professor Raja Guha Thakurta from the University of California, Santa Cruz, and Professor Barnaby Lennon from the University of Buckingham, UK. And both of them are here to announce awardees of CENTA International Teaching Professionals Olympiad, who will be getting exposure from these respective universities. So over to you, Raja, for announcing a set of awards.
Thank you, Ramya. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I'm just going to launch in and describe what these awards are. And so here we go. So we are, I'm really proud to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm here on behalf of something called CREST, C-R-E-S-T, which is short for Creating Equity in STEAM. This is an umbrella of programs and initiatives at the University of California, Santa Cruz. My name is Raja Guhatakurta. I'm the faculty director of this CREST umbrella. As the name implies, CREST seeks to create equity and promote diversity in STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, and STEAM, science, technology, engineering, art, and math. In these fields, it seeks to create equity and promote diversity by engaging students and educators from historically excluded backgrounds, engaging them in critical thinking in the context of research. CREST focuses on encouraging participation in research practice in order to make students and educators feel recognized as scientists. I'm going to mention two particular initiatives. One of those is called Shadow the Scientists, which was created to connect the public to scientists while they're engaging in authentic scientific experiments, such as astronomy observing experiences with professional astronomers while they're using world-class telescopes. The second initiative is called the Science Internship Program. This is a 10-week summer immersive deep dive experience involving closely mentored but open-ended STEM/STEAM research. So CREST at UCSC is very excited to partner with the CENTA International TPO to create opportunities for high-performing teachers to get exposure and gain involvement in cutting-edge STEM/STEAM research. So please join me in applauding the following winners. I'm going to go ahead and read their names, Ramya, if that's okay.
Yes, please do, and I'll request all our speakers on stage to applaud them: Dr. Ashok Pandey, Ms. Usha Kakarla, Krish Kemal Ramni, Barnaby Lennon, and Raja. Please applaud the winners, and you'll be reading them out.
Okay, so for middle science, we have Miss Ruchi Ratra from Shivnadar School in Gurugram. Congratulations, Miss Ruchi Ratra. In secondary school biology, we have Ms. Shefali Bhatia from Shivnadar School in Faridabad. Congratulations, Ms. Shefali Bhatia. Secondary school chemistry, we have Ms. Pratika Shetty from N.L. Dalmia High School in Mumbai. And congratulations, Ms. Pratika Shetty. And our fourth awardee is secondary school physics, Ms. Priyanka Suri from Sarvodaya Kanya Vidyalaya in Delhi. Congratulations, Ms. Priyanka Suri.
Thank you.
So a big round of applause, please. And I'm going to just say a couple more things about the awards that they will be receiving. So these four teachers have been selected for the UCSC CREST Science Internship Program. This will take place during the months of June, July, and August 2024. It will be partially in person in California and partially online. The program itself will be free of cost for these four selected teachers, but in addition, CENTA and UCSC CREST will try to find partial funding of these four teachers' travel costs, and the details of this will be shared later. Another 6 teachers will participate in the Science Internship Program, the same 10-week program, but they will participate in a completely online mode. So 6 purely online participants in SIP, Science Internship Program. In addition, 50 teachers will be invited to a specially curated, dedicated, fully online Shadow the Scientist sessions, a Shadow the Scientist session for teachers along with their classrooms full of students. And finally, 1,000 finalists will be invited to another dedicated online Shadow the Scientist session conducted by the CREST team at UC Santa Cruz. My heartiest congratulations to all the winners and participants. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Raja. And these are fascinating opportunities for teachers from across countries, across systems, to be part of a global exposure program with scientists, and really appreciate UCSC and CREST for enabling this. And similarly, we have another very exciting opportunity from the University of Buckingham in UK, and we'll invite Barnaby to read out the winners. Sorry, Barnaby, I think you are facing an audio issue.
Okay, can you hear me, Ramya?
Yes, can hear you now.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm Barnaby Lennon from the University of Buckingham in the United Kingdom, and we have proudly partnered with CENTA on various teacher professional development initiatives since 2020, including a graduate certificate program for teachers from affordable private schools in India and Nigeria. And we're aiming to reward high-performing teachers from across the world. And at the University of Buckingham, we are committed to helping teachers in affordable schools. And we are proud that we are awarding an action research project with online mentorship from the university and a certificate of teaching excellence to the top 20 teachers from affordable private schools. So now, will you join me in congratulating Tina Agarwal from the Ksham Talaya Foundation in Delhi, who is the top performer in this category of the CENTA International TPO. Congratulations to Tina.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ramya.
Thank you so much, Barnaby. And as Raja and Barnaby both highlighted, I think it is safe to say that these respective programs of UCSC CREST and University of Buckingham aim to encourage teachers serving in disadvantaged conditions in particular. And we are looking for several teachers from the number of countries represented here today to access some of these opportunities through the CENTA International Teaching Professionals Olympiad, which is the whole purpose of the of this initiative. So thank you so much for these opportunities. And once again, it's wonderful that even though we are running about 25 minutes late, we have still 9,000 teachers in the room. We have another lakh of teachers on social media across YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and GeoTV. So this program is live on GeoTV, one of the leading television channels in India, and very glad to see the continued participation. Thank you again, Raja, Barnaby, for being there. And now, quick question back to Krish from the discussion we were having. So, Krish, we talked a lot about system level transformation, and whether it's in the private system, whether it's in the government system. We heard Dr. Ashok Pandey representing more of the private system. We heard people like Seema Bansal, Shailendraji, Ms. Usha Kakarla representing more of the government system. And you come from a company that is providing learning management tools to teachers which can allow them to do some of this at scale. And I would just invite you for a couple of quick comments on not so much the learning management platform itself, and I'm sure all of us can check out Loop Learning and know more about it, but about what are the competencies that you think teachers need to have for accessing a platform like Loop Learning and using it effectively.
Hi, Ramya. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for speaking so highly about Loop Learning. So I won't dive too much into what Loop Learning is. We can save that for another time. I'll sort of speak more about what the competencies are for an educator or for a teacher to be able to use a platform similar to Loop Learning or a learning management system efficiently. I think, firstly, any learning management system demands adaptability. As we all know, no two classrooms are the same. Teachers must always be flexible in their approach and adapt the platform's features to cater to the diverse learning styles and needs of their students. This is where a learning management system like Loop Learnings excels, providing a wide range of tools to personalize the learning experience. The second competency I think which all teachers have is data driven decision making. I think it's very important for teachers to decide what sort of aspects to touch upon in class or through homework assignments based on how the class is performing. And I think the last competency that teachers really need to focus on is timing. When to use a learning management system is very important, and that can only be seen in classrooms. Each classroom is different, as mentioned earlier, and I think timing is key as to when a learning management system will be more effective versus when traditional in-class learning would be the most effective.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Krish, for those wonderful thoughts. And teachers, I'd love to hear from you on chat. What are some competencies you feel the need to learn when you are using technology platforms like Loop Learning and others? So thank you, Krish, for being with us. And with that, we'll move into our next awards section. So in fact, we are coming into the last few awards sections now. And I'm going to start with announcing the winner from among pre-service teachers. So teachers who are doing their bachelor's in education or diploma in education, I'm going to start with announcing the winner from the pre-service teacher segment. And for this, CENTA has partnered with Tata Institute of Social Science. Dr. Padma Sarangapani could not be with us today, but Tata Institute of Social Science is inviting 8 pre-service teachers to their winter program who are winners of the CENTA International Teaching Professionals Olympiad. And I'm going to read out the topmost one from among them today. So requesting my colleague to have the winner on screen. So congratulations, Manjunath Jamati, who's doing his diploma in early childhood education from Azim Premji University. Big congratulations to you and welcome to the winter program at Tata Institute of Social Science, and hope you find it valuable. And of course, you will also be receiving the Reliance Foundation Teacher Award for the pre-service segment. So with that, going to the next set of awards, I'm going to announce the winner of the Middle School Social Studies track. Can we have the slides? Okay, I'll request my colleagues to have the slides on for the Middle School Social Studies track, the winner of the Geography track, the winner of the Hindi track, the co-curriculars track, the Special Education track, and we'll go through them rapidly one by one. Okay, so congratulations to the winner of the Middle School Social Science track, which is Lygia Perayal from Sitare Foundation in Jodhpur. Secondary School Geography is topped by Souvik Mukherjee from Shivnadar School, Gurugram. Senior Secondary School Geography is topped by T. Velmurugan from Government Boys Senior Secondary School in Delhi. Congratulations, Kalpana Kumari, Delhi Public School, Patna, for topping secondary school history. Tarundeep Gill, Department of Education, Delhi again, for secondary and senior secondary school psychology. And Ankita Govil from Sarvodaya Kanya Vidyalaya, Delhi, for secondary and senior secondary school sociology. Congratulations to all of you. Primary school English, I'm sorry, can we bring the slide back for primary school English? primary school English, which is topped by Anne from Voyage Educare, middle school English by Payal Gupta, Delhi Public School, Ghaziabad, and secondary and senior secondary school English by Nandini Shah. And I think the managing director of Oxford University Press, Sumanta, had already announced these awards. Congratulations once again to all of you. And with that, let me hand it back to Shruti to invite some of our other partners to announce the next set of awards. And just to tell you what we have in the rest of the program, as I said, we were to close at 8. We will be going on till 8:30 or 8:45. And what we have in the rest of the program is a few more awards by partner organizations, followed by the School Leader Awards, for which we have the chairperson of the Asian Leadership Institute with us to announce those awards, and the School Awards for the schools with the maximum number of winners, finally followed by the top 10 rank holders of CENTA International Teaching Professionals Olympiad. So over to
Thank you, Ramya. Congratulations to all the winners. I want to share again that each subject topper of the CENTA Teaching Professionals Olympiad will be receiving rupees 15,000 from Reliance Foundation, and ranks 2 and 3 of every subject will get rupees 5,000 each. And I also want to take this moment to thank all our esteemed guests. It humbles us to know that there are so many government and private initiatives that have tremendously supported and continue to support teachers in their professional development journey. Like Helen Keller said once, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. I also want to acknowledge the power of technology that Dr. Carlos and Karthik spoke about in supporting teachers. I wish I had something to learn on the go, like my students did when I was a teacher. And now we actually have it with the CENTA app. Hope many of you who have joined us here today have been able to download the app, or if not, please go find it on Play Store or App Store. Thank you once again, Karthik, for that simple yet effective demo. Moving on, we are now back with the next set of awards. I now invite Swati Sharma, Head Key Accounts at Wisdom Circle, Swati Talwar, VP of Partnerships in Spirit, and Rahul Godane, Director Strategy and Operations at Tag High, to announce the next set of CENTA International TPO Awards. Swati, I think we can start with you, and then Swati, and then Rahul.
Hi everyone, my name is Smriti Sharma and I represent Wisdom Circle. So Wisdom Circle is a platform that connects senior experienced professionals who are typically over 50 and are retired. We connect them with meaningful opportunities that leverage their lifetime of wisdom and experience. So we call the segment of the population WisGen, which is short for Wisdom Generation. So we are delighted to partner with CENTA International Teaching Professionals Olympiad to award the top 10 WisGen with sponsorships to dedicated learning programs. And furthermore, the top 50 WisGen will be showcased as part of the 50 over 50 through Wisdom Circle channels and website. So it is with great excitement that I announce the top performer over the age of 50 in this year's CENTA International Teaching Professional Olympiad. And the winner is Chetna Raj from Gitanjali Senior School, Hyderabad. Heartiest congratulations to Chetna ma'am and all the winners and participants. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Smriti. We can move on.
Thanks, Smriti. Yeah, thanks, Smriti. Thanks, Shruti. I'm Swati. I work with Inspirit as the Global Vice President of Partnerships. And it has been an absolute joy to hear everyone, and the heartiest congratulations to all the teachers. Thank you for all your hard work. And CENTA, thank you so much for inviting us to be part of such an inspirational event. To tell you a little about Inspirit, we bring the power of immersive XR, STEM and career content to empower students and teachers globally. And we are very excited to partner with CENTA on many of the initiatives as well. The top 10 teachers across all science tracks will be given exclusive Inspirit product features. Further, the top 5 schools with maximum winners across all science tracks will also be awarded with access to Inspirit's premium membership licenses. So to that effect, please join me in congratulating Ms. Lakshmi Murthy from Base Educational Services, Bangalore, who has topped the senior secondary school biology track, and Ms. Sriparna Chakrabarti from Shirnada School, Gurugram, topper of the senior secondary school chemistry track. Many, many congratulations, ma'am, and please continue to spread the joy through teaching. Back to you, Shruti. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Swati. Rahul, over to you.
Shruti, thank you so much. Could you please highlight Pankaj Agarwal? He will be representing us at Tag Hive. Thank you.
Pankaj, please do join us. So Pankaj is, of course, the co-founder, CEO of Tag Hive. Happy to have you here, Pankaj. Please go ahead and announce the winners.
Hi.
I think, can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah, Shruti, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great, great. So first of all, a huge thanks to CENTA for doing this. When I first got to know CENTA, I was really amazed at the amount of work you guys do to ensure that teachers are learning and getting honored for their hard work. So I'm Pankaj Agarwal. I am the founder and CEO of Tag Hive. Tag Hive is a Samsung-funded company that is creating a learning and assessment platform called Class Sathi. And Class Sathi right now is running in around 4,000 classrooms in India. So very simply explained, imagine a teacher has taught something in the class. Now the teacher wants to know how much students understood. So teachers can use Class Sathi platform, which is a combination of a clicker which is in my hand, and a software to ensure that every student is responding to teachers' questions. So teachers can engage every student. No child is left behind. And we have found that teachers love this product, this Class Sathi. They call it the KBC in the classroom, Kombane Crorepati kind of experience. And we have seen huge engagement. Attendance has gone up tremendously. Engagement has gone up tremendously. And when we first got to know about CENTA International, we wanted to partner with the group, and we wanted to recognize the teachers' excellent work that they're doing. So the top 3 performers globally across all the tracks of the CENTA International TPO will each receive a Tag Hive Class Sathi bag for free. Each bag generally costs around ₹1,00,000, so we'll be giving it away for free to these top performers. So please join me in felicitating Megha Bhora from Shivnadar School, Faridabad, and also Monica Tripathi from City Montessori School, Lucknow. Both the winners, congratulations for your hard work, and looking forward to see you use Class Sathi in your classrooms and make the classrooms much more lively and engaging. Our team will get back to you for the next steps. But thank you once again, and thank you, Shruti. Thank you, CENTA, for having us. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much, Pankaj, and thank you for that quick appearance, Rahul, as well. And of course, I introduced you first. And thank you to all the partners for all the amazing, amazing awards and prizes you are giving to all the teachers and truly, truly helping in making this profession aspirational. Congratulations to all the winners too, and thank you once again to all the guests for announcing the winners. Now a fun fact for those who don't know. I'm sure many of you in the audience know about this, but for those who don't know, every Thursday, CENTA organizes a free webinar in a series called CENT Talks that teachers across the world attend and can attend, and there have already been over 250 such webinars that have happened, and this happens every week, every Thursday, and it's growing every week. And our next award recognizes our webinar warriors. So before I move on to the award, which I'll be announcing, I want to quickly engage in the live chat. So can all of you tell me in the live chat, what are some topics you would love to attend webinars on? Okay, so as all of you are typing in the live chat, and I'm very curious to see what all of you are sharing, I want to announce the Webinar Warrior winners. So what are the Webinar Warriors? Webinar Warriors are teachers who have religiously attended CENTOX webinars almost every Thursday for the last 1 year and participated in them with lots of vigor. So drum rolls, I'm proud to announce the Webinar Warriors. We have Juler Shira from India, Eric Leo from Ghana, Seema Ghosh Dastidar from Oman, Chia Suan Neo from Malaysia, Seth Espiritu from Philippines, Imbur Sur Yunus from Nigeria, Kyangvi Isaya from Kenya, and Jayanti Rajagopalan from Qatar. Heartiest congratulations to all the winners. You have proven the fact that teachers are indeed lifelong learners. Let me just quickly go back to the chat, live chat, and see what are some of the topics that have been shared by all of you for the webinar. So I can see there's collaboration, there's the technical workshops that you're looking for, active classroom, time management. Okay, Nancy is looking for a webinar on farming. We'll definitely try to do that as well. I can see so many more topics that are coming on the comments and live chat. Go for it. Keep adding. And like Ramya mentioned in the beginning, we are not forgetting the comments and the live chat that's going on. We'll definitely engage with that. So keep going. So as you're continuing to type in the comments and live chat, I do want to announce another set of awards now. So there are teachers and then there are those that teachers learn from. So we are now recognizing our exemplary experts. Who are these exemplary experts? Exemplary experts are expert faculties who have conducted several exceptional CENTOX webinars and masterclasses and have truly helped teachers in their professional development journey quite literally and very, very directly. I'm proud to announce the exemplary experts. Waiting for my colleague to share it on the screen. Great, thank you so much. So we have Nivedita Mukherjee, Charu Srivastava, Pooja Jain, Shubhangi Arya, and Ranjita Prajapati. Congratulations to all the winners. So happy to see all of you on the screen and so inspiring to see that you are the people who actually guide and help teachers. On that note, I now welcome Rahul Chaudhary, Head of Business Development and Partnerships at CENTA, on stage for the final segment of this event. So we are reaching the end of today's, towards the end. So please stay on board. We have our final set of awards and I hand it over to Rahul now.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome, Shruti. Just want to check if I'm audible and visible.
Yes, you are.
So I'll continue.
Yes, you are. Sorry.
Great. I will now take this opportunity to introduce Brian Borrell, who is going to help us announce some of his thoughts on leadership. Brian trained as a professional psychotherapist, earning a postgraduate fellowship in psychoanalysis from the prestigious Menninger Foundation in the US. 5 years spent as a monk in Tibet and Thailand gave Brian a deep experiential understanding of the fundamentals and essence of mindful training. Through the Asian Leadership Institute that Brian founded in 1982, he has worked closely with a wide variety of corporate and governmental institutions to implement strategies for organizational and personal transformation for over 35 years now. Welcome, Brian, to the CENTA Global Teachers Meet. Brian, you clearly know your way around leadership and transformation. Would love to hear some of your thoughts on, say, some aspects of leadership that you see as being most powerful in the context of an educational institution.
Well, look, first, and by the way, thank you for allowing me to speak to all of you. And when we talk about leadership, we've got to look at it that every single one of you that is standing in front of the classroom is a leader. And there is no one style of leadership. There is the style of leadership that is actually right for you. And that will have different dimensions for each of us. But the common denominator that we want to look at is, are you conscious about the kind of leadership that you are creating and connecting with other people? There is an awareness and a consciousness that begins to play a role in what happens as we connect with students in a classroom within the context of the kind of leadership that's right for us. For me, the things that are really the most important in terms of that leadership It's not something that takes place at the intellectual level. That we are well trained for. But it's that at the level that is much more in our limbic brain system, which is our intuitive brain and our emotional brain. So I think one of the great characteristics of leadership for academia is to create curiosity. And the way we create curiosity is to be curious ourselves. The other piece is we are all really good. We're good at being able to stimulate and work with the intellect. But we're not as good in terms of teaching people how to use their intuition, how to actually feel things, how to connect with each other, how to connect in a way that there is a genuine caring. And that comes vibrationally, not intellectually. Those are the pieces that are going to create the kind of leadership that you want to have in your classroom. Inspirational. You can't be, if you want to, if you want people to be inspired, you need to be inspired. And so as you begin to look at what you're doing as a leader, what inspires you? What gets you excited? What connects you to what you're doing? How do you connect to the people that you're interacting with so that you're able to feel what's going on in the classroom? Leadership is really important, and these wonderful programs that you've been talking about that you are instituting and looking at, and all of those possibilities, none of them are going to work unless each of you take personal responsibility for your own leadership development. That requires you to connect. And by the way, you should do it not with the values that we normally kind of associate with leadership, which is, to work hard and drive and strive and competition and perseverance and determination. And we have it, all of those are contracting energies. Great leaders in the classroom want to be able to do this with a sense of ease and grace. So that's kind of my comments on leadership.
Thank you so much for that, Brian. That was very insightful. I think one main takeaway for me, the highlight of it was what you mentioned about curiosity. How, in order to inspire curiosity in students, a teacher has to be curious themselves. And I feel the same way about leadership. In order to inspire leadership, a leader needs to keep learning, to remain curious, to remain optimistic, and to keep moving. I now invite you to announce the top three winners in the school leaders track of the CENTA International TPO. These are the teachers, these are the leaders who continue to learn as they dispense their wisdom and academic training over the years. Over to you, Brian.
Okay, so tied for third place, I guess, is Mrs. Shihirbono Fathi from the Focus High School in Hyderabad, and Mrs. Sufura Javed Anwar from the Gem Place School in Dubai. Congratulations to both of you. Pretty exciting stuff. Second is Mrs. Chinar Banga from the Deep Nadar schools in Delhi. And the winner of the leadership track is Dr. Smita Sodhi from All International School in Delhi. Congratulations to all of you. And you are people that are actually conscious in the way that you're kind of leading the people that are in your classrooms, in your schools. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Brian, for announcing the winners of the school leaders track at the CENTA
What
National
an honor,
TPO.
I'll tell you.
The honor and pleasure is ours, Brian. Thank you. Thank you. Before I invite our winners to speak, I quickly want to announce that the overall topper in the school leader track will receive a cash award of 100,000 from Reliance Foundation via the Reliance Foundation Teacher Awards, and all the others in the top 10 in this track will receive a prize of rupees 20,000 each. Further, CENTA will be awarding the opportunity for a comprehensive CENTA course and certification for all school leaders from this group. Congratulations once again. Over to our winners, from whom I'd love to hear a quick reaction or response to this announcement. Maybe we start with our overall winner, Ms. Sumedha Sodhi.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, very much.
Thank you so much, and a very good evening to all respected, honored guests, esteemed teachers, mentors, and everyone attending the most awaited event of 2023, that is Global Teachers Meet. And listening to the announcement of results, I'm filled with immense joy, humility, and gratitude. And it is a great honor to get an opportunity to share my experience on this remarkable occasion, celebrating my achievement of being the overall winner in the school leadership track TPO organized by CENTA. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to CENTA for creating a platform that recognizes and celebrates the dedication and expertise of educators worldwide. CENTA has not only provided teachers with an opportunity to showcase our skills, but it has also encouraged continuous learning and growth in the field of education. I owe a debt of gratitude to my mentors, Dr. Ashok Kumar Pandey, Director Alcon Group of Schools, who was there as one of the speakers today evening. And he has also talked about that how he has mentored the leadership skills among the teachers in our school. My principal, Mr. Sanjay Yadav, Vice Principal, Mr. Puneet Dugal, and all my dear colleagues whose guidance and support have been instrumental in shaping my teaching philosophy and enhancing my skills. Their invaluable insights and constructive feedback have always helped me refine me to be a better teacher and overall a good human being. Alcon International School has provided me the skills to make a positive impact on the lives of 21st century learners. A heartfelt thanks to my fellow colleagues who always have been a source of inspiration and motivation throughout the journey of CENTA, attending webinars together, attending seminars, workshops, collaborative projects, and whatnot. CENTA is one platform which is all-time favorite of teachers at Alcon International School. And I also want to
Thank
acknowledge
you
my
so
dear
much.
students, my family members, without whose support this would not have been possible. And lastly, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee, all the eminent organizations who have collaborated with CENTA to celebrate teachers, the jury members, all the individuals who have played a significant role in making CENTA TPO a grand success. Your dedication,
Thank you
whether
so
it
much,
is
Sumedha, ma'am.
sir, yeah, thank
Congratulations
you.
once
So
again,
the
ma'am.
words are not
Thank you
enough,
so much,
sir.
ma'am.
So to express
I
my
completely
gratitude.
understand, ma'am. Absolutely.
Thank you
Thank you
so much.
so much.
Thank you so
We are so grateful to have you on board here and on your
Same here,
achievement
same
once
here.
again.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, ma'am. Would love to hear a quick quip from our other winners. Chinar Banga, ma'am, can you please share your quick reaction on how you feel after the award?
Thank you, Rahul. Good evening, everyone. I'm deeply honored and privileged to be sharing my views on this platform. I'm just grateful for the opportunity that Shimnada School, Faridabad has provided me. And thank you, CENTA, for acknowledging my team. And of course, my mentor, Anjuwad ma'am, has been a great leader for me to, see how things are done. She actually walks the talk for me. So thank you to CENTA and my team for believing in me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Maybe Sherbanu, ma'am, can quickly go next before we round it off with Safura, ma'am.
Thank you, Rahul, and I'm really honored to be here and really grateful and CENTA's been doing a great job. I've been, doing the TPO since 2015, and every year it's wonderful to participate, and it's very challenging. It stimulates my mind. So thank you for all the wonderful work that you are doing, and I think I'm falling short of words, but thank you. And congratulations to all the leaders and leaders.
Congrats once again, ma'am. Safura, ma'am, a quick whip from you, please. You're on mute, ma'am.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Team CENTA. My association with CENTA dates back to 2015, and with all good memories. I feel very grateful, very honored today, especially because one of my mentors is right online, Mrs. Asha Alexander. Thank you, Asha ma'am, for giving me opportunities of leadership with Gems Legacy School. Thank you, Lata ma'am, for supporting, guiding me always. Thank you to all my colleagues, and many, many congratulations to all the winners and to all participants. It's more important that we participate, because CENTA TPO is one experience of a lifetime. Every year I wait for it, because it gives me those 3 hours to actually get into the depth of answering those very close questions. So well done, Team CENTA. Thank you so much, and many, many congratulations.
Thank you so much, Safura ma'am. This journey has been a long and fruitful one for us also. Congratulations once again to all the winners of the School Leaders track, and thank you so much, Brian, for announcing and sharing your time with us. At CENTA, we strongly believe in the critical role that institutions play in teacher motivation. We will now recognize institutions with the maximum number of winners in this edition of the CENTA International TPO. I now invite Ms. Sumia Yasmin, Managing Editor at Education World, to join me as we announce the winning schools. I will reveal the top schools from rank numbers 4 to 16, after which I will request Sumia to announce the top 3 winning schools. Welcome, Sumya. If my colleagues can please put up the slide that shows school numbers 4 to 17. At 14th spot, because we have a tie among the last 3 schools on this list, we have the Sri Ram Universal Schools in Hyderabad and Palava, the Agurchand Manmul Jain School in Chennai, and the Yuva Bharati Public School, Coimbatore. Congratulations, all schools. In 13th place, we have People, the foundation. In 12th place, we have BK Birla Public School, Kalyan, Mumbai. Alcon International School just misses out on the top 10 in the next spot, which is 11th. Coming in to the top 10, we have Focus High Schools, Hyderabad, Lotus Valley International School, Gurugram, at 10th and 9th places, respectively. The 8th spot goes to Sunbeam Schools, Varanasi. The next rank, which is 7 and 6, are again a tie. So we have 2 schools tied for 6th spot, which are the Seth Anandaram Jaipuria group of schools spread across North and Central India, and the Tagore International Schools in Delhi. In 5th rank, we have the Reliance Foundation schools spread across the Indian states of Gujarat and Maharashtra. And just missing out on the top 3, we have City Montessori School Group in Lucknow. I will now, first of all, congratulate all the schools on this very, very admirable achievement. And I will now invite Sumya to share a few words about the partnership with Education World, and then to go on and announce the top 3 schools.
Thanks, Rahul. Education World, which is India's #1 education magazine, has been a primary partner to the CENTA International TPO since 2021. And this has been a very highly synergistic collaboration, as it aligns perfectly with the aims and objectives of Education World. Education World's mission statement is to build the pressure of public opinion to make education the #1 item on the national agenda. And Education World, like CENTA, recognizes merit and performance in the education system. We do this through our Education World India School Ranking, which is the world's largest school ranking survey, which ranks over 4,000 schools in over 350 cities countrywide. So this year, Education World is felicitating the following categories of winners. The top 8 individual winners and top 3 organizations with the highest number of winners will be covered in the print edition of Education World. The top 100 individuals and top 15 organizations will be covered on the EW website, educationworld.in, and the top 100 individual winners will also receive a copy of Education World English Speech and Pronunciation book. So I will now announce the top 3 schools with the highest number of winners in the CENTA International TPO. Coming in at overall 3rd place, we have GEMS Legacy School, Dubai. The Shiv Nadra schools across Gurugram, Faridabad and Noida have secured the runners-up position. And the top-ranked school edging out the rest of the field this year is the Takshila Education Society with a group of Delhi public schools across Patna, Pune, Ludhiana and Coimbatore. A big hand to the winning schools. Congratulations. I mean, I'm very delighted to announce these winners because strong institutions support and invest in their teachers. Thank you, Rahul.
Thank you so much, Sumya. A warm welcome to leaders of the top 3 schools with the highest number of winners in this edition of the CENTA International TPO. Can I please welcome our winners here? Can we please add them to the stage? Welcome, Ms. Shasa Alexander. How are you?
Fine, thank you so much.
Welcome, Ms. Anjuwal. Welcome, Ms. Seema Swami.
Hello, good evening.
Very, very glad to have all of you here. First of all, heartiest congratulations on another stellar year of performance in the CENTA International TPO. Would love to simply now listen and hear from you on how you feel about this. Seema ma'am, can you please get us started?
Good evening, Rahul. Can you hear me and see me also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. First of all, thank you for inviting us. And I am in loss of words to have the award on behalf of our school. And thankful to the CENTA on behalf of our chairman, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar. It's an immense moment of joy for us and pride also. We are very happy about our teachers. We motivated them to participate in CENTA, but finally they are the ones who could crack it and could secure the position. And we are very happy to be aligned with CENTA for more than a decade now. I remember meeting Ramya and you around 10 years back, but it's really very nice. So happy and thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations once again.
Thank you
I'll now go on to Miss Anju Wal to share her thoughts on this victory.
Hi, good evening, Rahul. Can you hear me, see me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Crisp and clear.
All right. So I am just so proud and privileged to be here on behalf of the entire Shivnada School fraternity. Of course, we are overjoyed. This is extraordinary. As Seema said, the teachers go and write it and nail it, but eventually it's a whole belief system in the school in partnership with CENTA that is learning for life. And to continuously remain curious, to continuously be forward-looking and inquirers always. I think in this moment, what is also important to mention is the relentless endeavor of the entire institution to create the culture of continuous professional development. And of course, all the winners, because that's the cornerstone, the belief and the relentless endeavor and wanting and the learning curve continuously growing up. So hugely joyful. It's great. It's extraordinary. Thank you very much. And thanks
so
to
much
you,
for the...
Ramya. Very, very delighted. I mean, I have to give you 200% on the most persuasive person in CENTA.
Thank you so much, ma'am. All the credit goes to the organizations that take part, schools like yours, and thanks for the very kind words. Congratulations once again. Would love to hear from Ms. Sasha Alexander now.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you to CENTA. This is not something I had anticipated at all. My teachers have been taking part and we've been encouraging them because essentially I think a good teacher must have sound subject knowledge, and there's nothing better than to test their mettle against the best in the country. So we've been encouraging teachers to be a part of this CENTA Olympiad, and we look forward every year to celebrating all their little victories. So I'm extremely excited that we've qualified in the top three, and I think it will be my mission now to take this across GEMS education, where we have a host of schools, and I think there should be more participation from this part of the world because there are hundreds and thousands of teachers that join us. So we are going to have a GEMS Awareness Day very shortly, and I would love to highlight the achievement of this school and encourage more teachers to participate, because it's not about the winning, it's actually in the participation. And I'm so happy and proud if there are my teachers and all other teachers who are present today. It is you who are the backbone of schools, and you're being celebrated. Even if you've just participated, it's a huge step in the right direction. So to all the schools that qualified in the top 15, congratulations. And thank you, Ramya and Rahul, for this opportunity to celebrate our teachers.
The pleasure is ours, ma'am, and congratulations once again. We'd love to be part of this journey going forward. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. One very interesting evolution of the CENTA International TPO that we've seen over the years has been the advent of the mini TPOs, as we call them, where certain specific institutions host the prelims of the CENTA TPO in their own education systems, and they reward and recognize winners thereof. Since last year, we have seen over 40 such mini TPOs being organized across the spectrum, from private school organizations to governments. On that note, I will now hand over the baton to Ramya to take us through the final stretch of this amazing event. Thank you, Ramya.
So before I open the last section, I want to read out a comment from Jomel Seblit in Southeast Asia, which I will take both as feedback and as a compliment. She loves the Global Teachers Meet, but it's really late at night where she is. I think it's past 11 o'clock, and she wants us to think about whether there's a different way of doing this across time zones. And Jomel, we'll definitely think about this. We started this meet at 5 p.m. India time, which was 7:30 a.m. US Eastern and 4:30 a.m. Pacific time, 7:30 p.m. Singapore. So we do have teachers from 131 countries who have registered for this meet. And we are still figuring out the right way to do this. But thank you all for the enthusiasm in continuing. We still have another 9,000 teachers who are watching us live. And we have a lack of teachers who are following us across social media, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and GeoTV, where CENTA channel has gone live with this meet. So with that, let me get into the final section and to start this final section, I'm going to introduce a very special person. She's been backstage all this while, and she's with me here in Bangalore, and she is the Chief Operating Officer of CENTA, Priyanka. So Priyanka is part of CENTA's founding team from day zero. She is an alum of the Indian Institute of Technology and Indian Institute of Management, and worked with leading global organizations for 10 years or so before taking the plunge into education to pursue her passion. And Priyanka has been part of, I would say, almost everything that CENTA has done from day zero. She's been the architect of the CENTA standards, the CENTA certification, and handled a wide range of things right up to today's Global Teachers Meet. And that's precisely the reason you also haven't seen her since the beginning of this event, because she's been busy coordinating everyone who's running late, everyone who's running ahead, the networks which are working, not working, the different time zones, and so on. So with that, let me get the audience to do a round of applause emojis, not only for Priyanka, but for the entire team that is behind organizing this across several organizations, not only CENTA, but all the partners who are with us today. Before we get to the final 10 awards and another special announcement, I want to announce a few more tracks which could not be announced earlier for logistical reasons. The winner of the co-curricular track. So CENTA International Teaching Professionals Olympiad now runs in co-curricular tracks also, like music, art, sports, and so on. The winner of the co-curricular track this year is Vijay Lakshmi V from AM Jain School, Chennai. Moving to the special education tracks. Most school systems depend on special educators to support teachers in working with children who require support of different kinds. And in the special education track for primary and middle school, the winner is Sangeeta Krishnamurthy from the Teachers Collective, Bangalore. And in secondary and senior secondary, Mariam Israeli from Prometheus School, Noida. Moving to the primary Hindi track, the winner is Anjali from Sarvodaya Vidyalaya, Delhi for the primary school track, and Preeti Mishra from BK Birla Public School, Kalyan, Mumbai for the middle school Hindi track. So congratulations once again to all the winners. And with that, let me welcome our partner from Reliance Foundation, Dr. Nilay Ranjan. So Dr. Nilay Ranjan heads education at Reliance Foundation and comes with over 20 years of experience in the development and social sectors. Nilay, really appreciate your waiting for so long till we reached the final set of awards. And to the audience, I want to mention that after the final awards, there are a couple of announcements, so don't go away. In fact, we have a question from Mary Joy Marcella that she has sent a bunch of pictures and videos. What are we going to do with them? And that's going to be addressed in the final section. So don't go away. And with that, let's open the final section. Nilay, I will request you to announce starting from rank 10 of CENTA TPO.
Thank you, Ramya. The 10th rank is most awarded is Prashant Singh, Computer Science Director of Education, Government of Delhi. So congratulations, Prashant.
Can I also request my colleagues to put the slide back to felicitate the teacher? Thank you. Let me announce rank 9, which is Sham Sundar Gudimela, Middle School Math, Samsid International School, Bengaluru. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Isha Jain for overall rank 8. She's from Middle School Math, track BK Birla Public School, Kalyan. Moving on to rank number 7.
Back to you, Nilay.
Yeah. Anjali, Primary School Hindi, Sarvodaya Vidyalaya, Delhi. Congratulations, Anjali.
Great. Overall rank 6 is Aditya Andrea Swaminathan from the Nilay, can you hear us?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah.
Yes, apologies for the technical glitch. I think a global event like this had to have a small technical glitch right in the end. And we are back now to announce rank 6, which is Aditya Andrea Swaminathan, who took the early childhood education track and is from Empathy School, Bali in Indonesia. And I want to mention that the Reliance Foundation Teacher Awards specifically recognize teachers across India. At the same time, teachers from various other countries who participate in CENTA International Teaching Professionals Olympiad receive awards from a range of other partners, as we saw earlier in the meet today. And with that, over to Priyanka for rank 5.
So overall rank 5 goes to Anne Ereplakal, Primary School English from Voice Education Foundation, Mumbai. Congratulations, Anne. Nilay?
Yeah. So overall rank 4th, Sikha Shah, Computer Science, Tagore International School, Delhi. Congratulations, Sikha.
Okay. And now we come to overall rank 3. And I want to mention that the top 3 winners receive Reliance Foundation Teacher Awards, where there is a cash prize of rupees 1 lakh Indian rupees to each of them. And in the third position is Sri Parna Chakrabarti, who took the senior secondary school chemistry track and is from Shivnadar School, Gurugram. Congratulations.
Moving on to first runner-up, and the award goes to Anuradha Ma'am, Primary School Math from the Sri Ram Universal School, Hyderabad. Congratulations, Anuradha Ma'am. And over to Nilay for the grand finale.
Yeah. So grand finale is first runner rank, all India rank is Monica Tripathi, Computer Science, City Montessori School, Lucknow. Congratulations, Monica, from behalf of Reliance Foundations. Congratulations for your success.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nilay, for announcing the winners. And in case any of the top 3 rank holders are with us, we would welcome them to join the event. We do realize that we probably ran far beyond time, and you may not be here with us right now. But needless to say, there will be multiple other opportunities for the community to meet you. And with that, once again, I want to thank Dr. Nilay Ranjan and Reliance Foundation as a whole for their fantastic partnership to CENTA and this initiative for 5 years now. Thank you very much, Nilay, for everything and for inspiring our teachers and building this profession through all the work that you do.
Thank you, Ramya. And the teachers is always the heart of our Reliance Foundation's any education initiatives, and our chairperson, Neeta Ambani itself is very committed for the teachers' motivations and the capacity building. So we will very thrilled to know all the winner of today initiatives. And thanks to you and the whole CENTA team. Thank you.
Hear her wishes for the winners. Thank you. So with that, we'll move to the last couple of announcements from Priyanka and myself, and as we thank Nilay once again for his presence.
Thank you, Ramya.
So thank you. So we have 2 announcements for you today, and one of them is that CENTA, the 9th edition of CENTA International Teaching Professionals Olympiad is now open. And join me.
We would love for all of you to register for the Olympiad and participate and enjoy the event.
as many of the past participants have told you, this initiative is all about rewarding, recognizing, celebrating the teaching profession. And I'm hearing from my colleagues that the first few registrations are already in, and we are very, very glad to see that. Also want to mention that given the constraints of time, we were able to announce only a subset of winners today. And we do encourage all of you to look at the entire list of winners on the MyCENTA platform. The same will be there later tonight. And all of you will receive your personalized reports on competencies next week. So do watch out for that. Let me come to my other announcement, which I've been sort of alluding to right from the beginning, which is that CENTA is partnering with several organizations across the globe, and these are schools, these are governments, these are organizations supporting the sector and so on, to run a global initiative called the Future of Teaching. What the Future of Teaching aims to do is to bring together a set of views on what we want and expect teaching to look like 10, 15 years out, or maybe even in 2030, which is not even so far away. And with the world changing as rapidly as it is right now, can we look ahead and say what would teaching look like, and what should we do as a collective to make teaching look the way we would like it to be. And we are looking for voices from across the globe, and these voices will come through videos that many of you have submitted. These voices will come through write-ups we have got from several of you. These voices will come from today's chat, where we've heard about many different initiatives happening in several countries across the globe. And while today's event was a global teachers meet, over the next 12 months, we envisage a series of events across the globe, facilitated by many of you who are here today and many others, by partner organizations, by schools, by governments, where the discussion on the future of teaching continues. And we hope with all of you to bring this together as a global publication in the middle of 2024. So we are also opening this initiative along with this Global Teachers Meet. And with that, handing it back to Shruti to close this event.
Congratulations to all the winners once again.
Thank you Rahul as well. Thank you for closing the final set of awards. Thank you for all the announcements and that surprise that you were holding back till now. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all the winners. We are so grateful that we got an opportunity to reward, recognize, and celebrate so many of you today. Okay, so it's finally that time. I know it's quite late for many of you, but I'm sure it's bittersweet as well. Some of you will be, it's getting over, but some of you will be happy as well that, okay, it's been 4 hours and it's getting over. So, I mean, it did take that long for us to celebrate so many teachers, right? So I think it's also a moment of pride that we had so many teachers to celebrate today. We have reached the end of today's event, but before you leave, I have a surprise too for you. We have a gift for all of you who have joined us from all around the world today, and for all of you who will or have already or will be downloading the CENTA app, a free annual digital subscription to CENTA's digital credential. This will help you track your professional development hours in a granular manner that is not only easily shareable, but also secure and verifiable. This will help you take your PDRs to the next level. I can see a lot of emojis flying as I'm saying this and a lot of excitement. Looks like you're all liking our surprise. I'm also seeing some comments. Good. We are happy to know that you liked our surprise. So a few quick instructions now. Please note that all the participants of the event will be receiving a record of participation for attending this event. All you have to do is fill the feedback form, which is available on the CENTA app. So download it, sign up, and then you should be able to see the feedback form on the screen and the code that you will need to get to enter the feedback form. There is a code which you can see moving on your screens anytime now. So it's 105. You should be 1051 is the code. In a minute, you should be able to see it moving on your screens as well. Otherwise, please note down the code. And once you sign up on the MyCENTA, on the CENTA app, you should be able to see the feedback form. Please enter the code 1051. Please do fill the feedback form immediately. You can also find all the awards and prizes on the CENTA app by the end of the day. So everything should be available there for you. So if any of you missed, joined late or joined early and dropped off, you can go ahead and look at the entire awards list on the CENTA app. Winners, please note that your individual confidential CENTA International TPO scorecards will be shared with you next week on Monday. Okay, so now we've finally come to the end, and I'm actually saying we are at the end now. I'm not going to, pull it any longer. As we bid farewell, we are overflowing with gratitude and joy for the outstanding support we have received from each and every one of you. Thank you for making this event a resounding success. Thank you to our valued partners for standing by our side. Your collaboration has been instrumental in driving positive change in the education landscape. Thank you to all other organizations, those from the larger ecosystem, for your encouragement and contribution that have been a driving force in pushing teachers and teaching towards excellence. Thank you to all the schools and school groups, not just the winning ones, but also those that have participated and engaged in the event in mass numbers. We've literally got so many emails saying, I have registered and I had my entire school, 20 other schools I know, etc. register. So it's great to see that. And finally, of course, to our incredible teachers, the heart and soul of this event and of CENTA. We cannot thank you enough for your dedication and passion towards shaping the minds of your future generations. You are true champions, and we are forever grateful for your unwavering commitment to education. Okay, so one last thing before you leave. Do share with us in the live chat, if you had to describe today's event in one word, what would it be? I can imagine some saying lengthy, long, but let's ignore those words. Apart from that, when you think about it as a celebration of teachers and the teaching profession, what are some things that are coming to your mind as you leave today's event? So I can see that we have almost 10K people still with us. Would love to see what are some of the responses you're sharing on the live chat. Looking forward to read out some of the responses as well. Great. I can see all of you sharing in big numbers how you're feeling. Let me just quickly scroll down to try and read out some of what you're saying, some of your feelings. Okay, I'm seeing excited, happy, grateful, awesome, and so many more words. Please continue flooding the chat with how you're feeling. Thank you all once again. Finally, it's that time to say goodbye. Goodbye and see you soon. Have a good rest of the day. Everyone, take care. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the CENTA team for all the hard work and efforts that's gone in. We may send a BTS image or a shot of what we were all up to make this event happen for all of you. So thank you, everybody. And let's all keep working towards making teaching aspirational. Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, goodbye. This is Team CENTA signing off.